Cutter. Danielson. Exum. Fields. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Hansen. Hinrichsen. Jaquez Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Kolker. Liston. Lundeen. Marchman. Moreno. Mullica. Pelton B. Pelton R. Priola. Rich. Roberts. Rodriguez. Simpson. Smallwood. Sullivan. No. Van Winkle. Also not here. Will. Winter. Zenzinger. Exum. Gardner.
Three of my caucus are about 20 minutes.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call is raised.
They're on people's desks, right?
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders, second reading consent at the hour of 11:57 a.m. Senate Bills 215, 216, 217, 218, 220, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 242, 243, 244, 245, and 246.
The motion is that the Senate take up all of the bills on that long list on special orders consent, and that list is on all of your desks. At 11:59, 7 or something around there.
11:57.
11:57. This does require a 2/3 majority. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will take up all of the bills listed on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar that has been distributed on special orders consent at the hour of 11:57 a.m. Special order second reading of bills consent calendar. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent, and Senator Rodriguez will take the chair.
Never works.
Don't mess it up.
As far as I'm concerned, that never happens.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the titles of all bills, special orders, second reading of the bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 215, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Buckenfield, concerning the transfer of money from the State Employee Reserve Fund to the General Fund to fund monthly housing stipends for Department of Corrections staff. Senate Bill 216, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Serrata and Buckenfield, concerning funding to the Department of Early Childhood for the Colorado Universal Preschool Program. Senate Bill 217, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning no longer requiring the fee collected for the background checks for child abuse or neglect to support the costs associated with the appeals process for a person who is found responsible in a confirmed report of child abuse or neglect. Senate Bill 218, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Buckenfield, concerning the repeal of the cap on the amount of money the Department of Education may expend on costs incurred in implementing the school transformation grant program and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 220, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning the use of money previously allocated for public schools and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation. Senate Bill 222, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning removing co-payment requirement for certain Medicaid services and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 223, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Buckenfield, concerning the annual report the Department of Health Care Policy and Financing submits to the Joint Budget Committee concerning the Medicaid provider rate review process. Senate Bill 224, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Buckenfield, concerning policies to be established by the Colorado Commission on Higher Education related to postgraduate student exchange programs. Senate Bill 225, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning the use of higher education specialty education services funding for the School of Medicine partnership operating on the campus of Colorado State University. Senate Bill 226, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Buckenfield, concerning extending the Transitional Jobs Program. Senate Bill 227, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning the hourly rate compensation for attorneys who contract with state agencies to provide legal representation. Senate Bill 233, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Buckenfield, concerning a merit system for county employees who provide employment services that are paid for with federal funds pursuant to the federal Wagner-Pfizer Act. Senate Bill 234, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning the cessation of advance payments of premiums for state employee and family and medical leave insurance coverage and in connection therewith transferring money from the Family and Medical Leave Insurance Fund back to the Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund. Senate Bill 235, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Buckenfield, concerning the authority of the Department of Law to use litigation management funds for unanticipated state legal needs. Senate Bill 236, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Buckenfield, concerning the creation of the Electric Vehicle Service Equipment Fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 237 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, Representatives Buckenfield and Byrd, concerning a transfer from the Severance Tax Operational Fund to the Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund. Senate Bill 238, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Buckenfield, concerning authorization to use money in the Small Communities Water and Wastewater Grant Fund to provide the state funds for water project for which a state match is required to qualify for federal funds for the project. Senate Bill 239, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Buckenfield, concerning the transfer of money from the Hazardous Substance Site Response Fund to the Hazardous Substance Response Fund. Senate Bill 240, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Buckenfield, concerning fees the dairy plant is required to pay to the Department of Public Health and Environment. Senate Bill 242, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Buckenfield, concerning financial audits of the community corrections programs in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 243 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Buckenfield, concerning transfers from the General Fund to the Capital Construction Fund. Senate Bill 244, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning updates to language in relevant Colorado statutes related to ensuring technology accessibility to persons with disabilities. Senate Bill 245, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning a transfer to the Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund. Senate Bill 246, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Byrd, concerning transfers to the State Emergency Reserve for the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a request to remove Senate Bill 216 from the consent calendar. Colleagues, that will be placed at the bottom of a forthcoming motion for a special orders calendar. With that, Mr. Chair, I move for the adoption of all the bills listed on the consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which includes Senate Bills 215, 217, 218, 220, and the associated Appropriations Committee report, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, Mr. Chair, I request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5.
Okay. All right, Robert.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies, colleagues, from where I left off, which also includes Senate Bill 227 and the associated Appropriations Committee report, 233, 234, 235, 236, and the associated Appropriations Committee report, 237, 238, 239, 240, 242, 243, 244, 245, and 246.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on special order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is adoption of the bills on special order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report. Sorry, it's kind of loud.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill 217, 218, 220 is amended, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227 is amended, 233, 234, 235, 236 is amended, 237, 238, 239, 240, 242, 243, 244, 245. Senate Bill 246 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 216 removed from the special order second reading of bills consent calendar and placed at the end of the special order second reading of bills calendar for March 29, 2023.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bills 215, 217, 218, 220 is amended, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227 is amended, 233, 234, 235, 236 is amended, 237, 238, 239, 240, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 216, removed from the special order second reading of bills consent calendar and placed at the end of the special orders second reading of bills calendar for March 29th, 2023. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders second reading at the hour of 12:08 p.m. Senate Bills 197, 214, 219, 221, 228, 229, 230, 231, 241, and 216, the last of which, colleagues, was removed from consent calendar and is placed at the bottom of the special order second reading calendar. Please make that note on your calendars. We're not going to have the staff print out new ones. Just know that Senate Bill 216 will come up last.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bills 197, 214, 219, 221, 228, 229, 230, 231, 241, and 216 at the hour of 12:09. This requires a 2/3 majority. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills previously mentioned and on the special order second reading of bills calendar
It's a good summary.
at the hour of 12:09. Special order second reading of bills. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, special orders, second reading of bills. That's it.
Any other
Here's
thoughts?
the motion. That's it.
That it? You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order second reading of bills, and Senator Rodriguez will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for all senators and staff. Except the press, no, and the press. Everybody in the chamber. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 197?
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Moreno and Fenberg, Representatives Duran and Lynch, concerning the payment of the expenses of the Legislative Department.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 197 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues in the Appropriations Committee, we made a couple of adjustments to some line items that were associated with legislative aid compensation. I request your aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Senate Bill 197 is the annual appropriation act for the Legislative Department. This includes the General Assembly, but also the Joint Budget Committee, the State Auditor's Office, the Office of Legislative Legal Services and Legislative Workplace Relations. And so it's essentially the budget that is drafted by the Executive Committee and put forward for your consideration. Not too much to highlight here. There is a lot of returning appropriations to pre-pandemic levels, but not too much else to go over.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the bill sponsors for bringing this. It does deal with the legislative department in its function, and that is the primary purpose of this. What we all rely on, quite frankly, Leg Council to do a lot of the research work, a lot of the support work that helps us do better jobs as legislators. This last session, or earlier this session, I made a specific request of a report that Leg Council prepared for me when I was trying to understand the growth of state government, the alignment of the offices, the alignment of what I would describe as government 1.0, which is the government we normally have, and government 2.0, which is the enterprises that are formed around us. And Leg Council developed a very effective, very insightful report. The way they describe it, this summary report, is this memorandum provides information about the budget, statutory authority, and organizations of state departments and enterprises. It's organized by department, begins with an explanatory overview and definitions. Well, as state government has grown, understanding what's going on and seeking greater transparency is a burden that falls on all of us. And this report was something that helped me carry that burden, I think, more effectively this year as a legislator. The principles of transparency and responsibility and accountability are hallmarks of good government, and this report that Leg Council developed for my purposes, which could more broadly be our purposes, was very, very beneficial. I would say it's been prepared not only to help legislators, but to help the citizens of Colorado better understand and navigate their relationship with state government. The information should remain, it should exist, and it should be held year after year in a form that is easy to read, transparent, and beneficial for the people to understand and for us as legislators to understand as well. So this amendment that I would offer, should it magically fall from the heavens and land at the desk, would engage in our ability to, in fact, make that happen.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L005?
Amendment L005.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L05 to Senate Bill 197.
To the amendment?
Thank you. So I've given you a basic framing of this. Now, it's possible this is happening on the fly in a quick fashion. It's possible that this is something that we might choose to adopt right now. We take this amendment, and the amendment says this is a good report, here's the nature of the report, it should be something that happens year after year after year. I would say to the bill sponsors, and I am not a sponsor on this particular bill for other reasons, nothing to do with this report, but other elements within the bill that I think are headed in the wrong direction. I would ask the sponsors to consider, if we don't do it in this amendment, in this way, at this time, that perhaps this might be something that we fold into the process through other means. And having said that, and having seen an acknowledgement of leadership, I'll withdraw Amendment L005. No, that wasn't blackmail. That was what we would call leverage, Thank you for the opportunity to provide some leverage, Mr. Chair.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I knew that all it took was a subtle nod, maybe with a little suspicion, but a nod, and that would get the minority leader to withdraw his amendments and motions, then wow, could have done this a long time ago. I think it's an interesting idea, and happy to chat more about it. I don't know that it belongs in the legislative department budget, since it is considering every other department other than the legislative department, but it seems like we don't have to have that discussion.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Minority Leader, please keep your eyes peeled. I'll be giving you a lot of subtle nods during the long bill.
Senator Gardner.
I'm withdrawing. Okay. Thanks.
Senator Fenberg, or President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just say, I think it's a really good idea, and it may require us to extend the legislative session by a couple of weeks to be able to digest all that information. So we're going to accomplish this, we're probably going to have to extend our work here and be here for, I don't know, 150 days. Hopefully, I think everybody agrees with me, so I'm guessing that's a settled question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the only way to extend our session here to 150 days is to amend the Constitution. Although there was a wrongly decided, but nevertheless it is the law of Colorado decision that said those days don't have to be consecutive. And by the way, well, I'm not even going to, I'll finish the thought. That decision really wasn't dependent upon a pandemic. So we could scatter these 120 days out. I'm sure that the senator from Denver would, since this is a full-time job, would want to spread those days out through the session. But members, I really do, this early in the afternoon, want you to listen up, because there is a rare opportunity here before us. And this rare opportunity is represented by an amendment I have had prepared.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L004?
Amendment
Senator
L004.
Gardner.
Thank you, members. L004
Would you like to move your amendment?
my apologies, Mr. Chair. It's so early in the afternoon, I haven't gotten my procedure down. I move L004.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So L004, it wouldn't be obvious in reading it. It says amend the Appropriations Committee report dated March 28, 2023, page 1, line 2, strike $67,254,584 and substitute $66,882,000 and $558. And down at the bottom, it's at 14.5 million with a change of about $300,000. Now, what's this all about? I'm reducing the appropriation of the legislative department for our 120-day regular session. I'm reducing it by 30 days. 30 days. Now think about this. The Constitution doesn't say we have to meet 120 days. It says we can't meet any more than 120 days. And I've learned after all my sessions here that the work expands to fill the time allotted. Now, there's a certain amount of work that needs to be done, and I think 30 days is a little too short, and 60 days might be as well, but we can do in 90 days everything we need to do. I mean, what we need to do is what we're doing today, the long bill, and the other thing we need to do as a constitutional obligation is provide for our K-12 education. So, how many of you would like to be done soon? Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, I don't want to spend any more time with me. I don't know about you, but I don't want to spend any more time with me.
All those in favor?
Well, let's just say I don't want to spend any more time with the legislative me. The country lawyer me would like to spend a lot more time with himself, and he might spend some time in, you know, a warmer clime or something. Look, this really is a serious proposal, members. This could be done. We need to start probably in February because of the budget forecast in March. We'd want to have that so that we could do the budget and have ample time. But after that, we could be done. So you wouldn't have to rush back from Christmas and the New Year. You'd have a little time, get things in order in the year before you come here. You know, the first week we don't do anything anyway. We have the Smart hearings? We could repeal those. Members, this is a serious proposal. You know, I don't have a crystal ball, but I don't think it's going to pass. But we could think about it. One thing we ought to think about is we could be done on a Friday this year. We could do that. And if we told the House today that we're done on a Friday, and we won't be here on the Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, so they better not plan to send anything over after Friday, they would just continue past Friday at their peril. I mean, they'd be wasting their time. So, members, this is a plea that we really can do our work in a bit less time. And it's not even the savings of the money. It is that we can do the work of the people. And, you know, our aides can stay since they're highly paid now. And they could stay and answer all our constituent phone calls and all while we get about our business as citizen legislators. Thank you, members. I ask for an aye vote.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not see this coming, I'll be honest. I really just am shocked and just wish that we still had the respect in this chamber to consult the sponsor before offering such a big amendment. Oh, but actually you did. You consulted with me the last several years on this amendment. You know, to the good senator from Colorado Springs, this amendment does not actually reduce our session by 30 days. It just means that you're not going to get paid for those 30 days. So, in honor of bipartisanship and, you know, a collaborative approach here, I was thinking we probably could find some cost savings. I'll give you that. And so, Madam Secretary, if you could return all the food, hopefully you still have the receipts, and we will forego lunch today to be able to meet the merits of this amendment. The alternative idea that I have is, you're right, the Constitution does not require us to be here for 120 days. We can be here for up to 120 days. But also, Madam Secretary, I have one other request, and that is if you could excuse the good senator from Colorado Springs for the last 30 days of session, because he doesn't need to be here. And actually, I think we will get our work done much faster within those 30 days if you're not here. So that's what I would offer. Please vote no.
Senator Gardner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we are doing apparently 117 days at least this year, I think I have time to respond. I already had lunch, so it'd be second lunch for me. And the president is correct. This doesn't really limit the session. It reduces the money. But, you know, those of us who believe in economic incentives think that not collecting one's per diem and not having any staff to do the work might be a strong economic incentive to be done. Now, I do begin to wonder, because there are some legislators in the metro area that only collect $45 a day per diem while we're in session, but a handful can claim, and I think JBC members as well, can claim $99 a day for their duties when not in session. So I would actually be increasing their pay. Members, this is a really fine amendment. And by the way, if we found ourselves at 90 days and we felt like we needed to really be here another week longer, we could run a supplemental appropriation and appropriate for staying on. But then the people of Colorado would be looking at us as we did that and might take a dim view of us voting to keep ourselves around, since I haven't had a constituent tell me that they wanted me to stay here ever. Ever. I asked for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and L004 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 197. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate bill is adopted. The bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 214?
Senate Bill 214, Senator Zenzinger, Representative Burt, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, except as otherwise noted.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 214 for your consideration, and I ask for an aye vote.
Done.
Except that I will talk a little bit more about what the budget does. So, members, a couple of things to point out about the budget that you have before you today. This long bill, and including the legislative appropriation bill that we just debated, increases the general fund appropriations by $1.2 billion, or an equivalent of 8.9% for fiscal year 23-24. However, among that amount, it's really important that you understand that more than 2/3 of this increase goes to HICPUF. The reason for that is $442 million general fund is related to the expiration of the enhanced federal Medicaid match rates. So during COVID, the federal government came in and said, when it comes to Medicaid, we are going to go ahead and enhance your 50-50 match. Instead of you paying 50 and we pay 50, they said we will cover 60% of the Medicaid match. And then Colorado, you only are responsible for 40% of that Medicaid match. This is only for the portion of which we are under the existing public health emergency. Once the public health emergency ends, which is coming up here very soon in April, then this 60-40 match situation goes away. When that happens, we have a number of people who are currently being carried on the Medicaid rolls that are being paid for by the federal government. When they withdraw the 60-40 match and it goes back to 50-50, then the state is going to have to pick up that obligation. And we believe that that obligation is going to cost us approximately $442 million up front. Then, out of the 2/3 of that increase, of that 8.9% increase of the budget this year, $396 million of it is still going to HCPF. And the reason that it's going to HCPF is primarily to cover projected Medicaid enrollment for the coming year, because as this happens, it's very typical that when you enter into a slowing economy or a possible recession, Medicaid rolls tend to tick up. In addition to that, we do know that everything costs more right now, so we are anticipating that our expenditures will go up based on that alone. And then finally, we prioritized in this budget a 3% across-the-board provider rate increase, and this is really important to us. What was proposed by the executive branch was a 3% provider rate increase for the majority of the providers, except for Medicaid, except for the medical services premiums out of HCPF. And the proposal there was for a 0.5 increase. We felt that it was more important to our constituents, to the state of Colorado, that we do a 3% across-the-board rate for everybody. And in order to do that, that increased our budget by $396 million and some. In addition to that, this budget, you will find that there are approximately $294 million general fund transfers for capital construction and for information technology projects. It is also important to know that we weren't able to quite close the gap with regard to higher education funding this year. We tried our best. We ended up coming up short. But we only came up short by a small percentage. What we were able to do was to increase higher education funding by $137 million, which accounts for 10.1% of their mandated costs. Unfortunately, their mandated cost totaled 11%, so we were 1% short, and we tried really hard to prioritize the existing budget in order to close that gap. We came very close to doing it. Something that you will not find in this budget is a reduction in the budget stabilization factor. And why is that? That's because for the first time in a very long time, we do not need to use general fund monies in order to effectuate that buy down of the budget stabilization factor. That will occur from the state ed fund this year. And this bill is about the general fund. And we will be doing any kind of future buy downs of the budget stabilization factor in this year's School Finance Act. Despite that, I still want to point out a couple of good things with regard to education this year. Before any reduction in the budget stabilization factor, we are increasing education funding by $485 million. We have some students who are paying attention to this problem, paying attention to this, and I'm sure that they are very excited. What does $485 million translate into? It translates into $900 additional dollars per pupil this year. That is significant. All right, we don't allow clapping in the chamber, but thank you. You can do some sparkle fingers. But it is clap worthy. And the reason for that is this is the largest increase in per pupil funding in our state's history. By comparison, last year, which was the highest in our state's history, was $500, with zero reduction in the budget stabilization factor with the existing budget by keeping our education funding essentially flat in this budget. We are still able to increase per pupil funding by $900 per student. So that is an accomplishment that I think all of us can be proud of, and it would be one of the reasons that I would ask for you to vote for this bill today. In addition to that, we made sure that we maintained in this budget a 15% general fund reserve. Why is that important? Why do we want to have a 15% general fund reserve? Well, first of all, it's best practice. Anybody that has any financing or budgeting experience knows that you don't want to spend down and not have any kind of savings. What happens when you hit rough times? So we were able to establish a 15% reserve last year in last year's budget, and this year we are going to continue that practice so that we are better prepared for any kind of slowdown or turndown in the economy. In addition to that, we did something pretty special in this budget. We have a mandatory 3% Tabor state emergency reserve that we must do every year. And we've done this through a variety of methods. We were very intentional this year to make sure that in that state emergency reserve, that it was cash assets only. That we are not putting, for example, the Capitol building into that list. Meaning we don't have to mortgage off or sell the Capitol in order to meet the obligation should we have to tap the state emergency reserve in the future. Instead, we found ways to make sure that that was entirely set aside through cash assets. And we feel that that's a really important point to point out. Lastly, we maintained in this budget $111 million in our controlled maintenance trust fund. Why is that important, you may ask? Well, I will tell you. The reason for that is that if we have any future crisis that we didn't plan for with regard to the physical assets, our buildings, maybe we have a locking system that fails in one of the Department of Corrections prisons. Maybe we have a boiler that goes out. Maybe we have a building crumble and fall down. We need to make sure that we can respond to that and that we can go in and make those and address those fixes, and we need to make sure that we have that money on hand in order to address those maintenance needs should the need arise. I will tell you, members, that your team, your Joint Budget Committee team this year, we are very practical people. This is not a flashy budget this year. We are not propping up brand new, shiny objects. Instead, we are implementing those bright, shiny new policies that you all passed last year. This is a budget that reflects a year of implementation. So we focus very specifically on getting some significant things up and off the ground and putting them in a position so that they could be successful. What are those things? The Office of Behavioral Health, for example. We made sure that we were funding that appropriately, that we had the right combination of FTE, and that we were standing up that office so that it could be maximize its success. Secondly, we also put into effect this year universal preschool. Universal preschool, which is amazing. This is the year where we are actually making that happen. Last year, we passed the bill that said we wanted to make it happen, and this year, we are making it happen. And that is occurring in this budget. Not only that, but we invested in the things that we know our constituents, the citizens of Colorado, expect their state government to do. And what are those things? They expect us to address wildfires. They expect us to plan for our water needs. They expect us to protect the environment and the outdoors. They expect us to make sure that we are properly funding education. And so those are the things that we focused on in this budget. One last point before I step down and give all you an opportunity to weigh in with your thoughts, with your suggestions for this budget. I want to point out a priority for this Joint Budget Committee. Our very first motion, the very first item that we adopted in this budget was a 3% provider rate increase. That was historic. Last year was we've had a 2.5, but we've not had a 3% across the board provider rate increase for a long time, going back more than a decade. And we felt that it was very important this year, of all years, to recognize that we have shortages, workforce shortages, that if we are not paying our providers a reimbursement level, if we are not providing a certain amount of funding for our providers, then they will cease to exist. They will not be there in order to provide the services that we expect out of our providers. And this goes across the board in all areas, including HICPUF, including early childhood, including corrections, human services, public safety, public health and environment, labor and employment, military and veterans affairs. It was a priority for this Joint Budget Committee to make sure that we did a 3% provider rate increase. We wish we could have done more, but we also had to budget in a practical manner, and we felt that that was the maximum amount that we could possibly do, and therefore we did it. And again, that was our first motion, and we carried that forward to the very end when we closed out the budget. Members, I'm very proud of this budget. It's been a pleasure working with the members, all the members of the Joint Budget Committee this year, and we very much look forward to your conversation, to your suggestions, and to your amendments. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
And we're done.
One.
You're going to
Not one.
Which one needs more time?
Okay, which one?
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 20?
Amendment 20 by Senator Coleman, amend printed bill page 216, line 10 in the item and subtotal column, strike 12,000.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is a little atypical, but we are moving out of order in the packet. So we are starting with Amendment 20, also known as J031.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the Tony Gramps Youth Services, I move Amendment L20,
To the amendment.
or J031. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony Gramps Youth Services, TGYS, was formed after the summer of 1993 in response to the growing violence and substance abuse among Colorado kids. It's one of the only state funding sources for local organizations that provide prevention, intervention, and education for children, youth, and families. This amendment will add $1 million to the TGYS grant program, which will provide TGYS with funding that ensures the most qualified grantees can deliver services to young people and families, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Zenzinger. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, of course, you can't say anything negative about the Tony Gramscis Youth Services Program because it is a very valuable program, and I think we can all agree with that. However, I will point out that we did already fund this program in the budget. So this amendment is not needed, and therefore I would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of J031 or Amendment 20. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read? There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 21 or J004?
Amendment J004, amend by Senators Cutter, Fields, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Marchman, Rodriguez, and Winter, amend printed bill page 228, line 3 in the item and subtotal column strike 4,341,584 and substitute 5,341,584 in the general fund column strike 2,092,618 and substitute 2,592,618 and in the federal funds column strike 2,242,966 sub I and substitute 2,748,966 sub I. Adjust affected totals and sub I notation totals accordingly. Page 260, line 3, strike $337,499,570 and substitute $337,999,570. Page 455, line 8 in the item and subtotal column strike $7,624,195 and substitute $8,124,195 and in the general fund column strike $818,068 and substitute $1,318,068.
Sorry.
Adjust affected
Senator
totals
Cutter.
accordingly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to move amendment number 21.
J004?
J004.
To the amendment.
Thank you. And this amendment that I'm running with Senator Will is to provide SNAP outreach and navigation services. So there's two pieces to this. SNAP dropped off dramatically just recently, and this part of this is an outreach program to connect people, particularly vulnerable populations, with the actual benefits they're entitled to. So it's really important that they take advantage of benefits that I know neither. That they are already entitled to. Immigrant families, rural communities, people with disabilities, older adults. The other piece of it is providing. I will let my co-prime talk about that.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm up here in support of this because I'm hearing from all my constituents in my counties over there that this program does help ensure low-income Coloradans healthy, fresh food while supporting local farmers and also food retailers. And this navigation and healthy food incentive fund are powerful investments in health and well-being of the people that I represent. And the main reason is rural communities, trusted local organizations serving almost every county in this state are available to provide hands-on support for rural families, and that's the real kicker right there. These navigators help our families, and some of them are homebound. They don't really have a chance to get out, and these really help coordinate these local county officers to ensure families get their applications in and get them processed. So I do support this amendment.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the last piece of it, that's half of the amendment, $500,000. The last piece just goes to the Double Up Food Bucks program through SNAP, which means that if someone takes in their $10 of SNAP dollars to the farmer's market or their local retailer, they can double that money. They can get $20 worth of food if they select fresh, healthy, local foods.
Yep.
So it's a win-win all around, and we hope you'll support us today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge a no vote on Amendment 21 for the following reasons. First of all, members, in this current fiscal year, we already appropriated an additional $14 million to food pantries and food banks. That came through when we were doing supplementals. It was a bill, it got approved, and it was to address issues with regard to SNAP. As far as the first 500,000 here, with regard to this, it talks about going to human services for outreach related to supplemental nutrition assistance program, SNAP. Only half of this amendment is related to SNAP. Only half. And it's for outreach. And outreach occurs at the county level when they are determining these benefits with regard to SNAP. This amendment's not necessary. Again, we are funding the SNAP program. We funded an additional $14 million for food banks and food pantries for food assistance to the elderly and the folks who have disabilities who were getting cut off early because of the public health emergency. The second half of this is an amendment that increases $500,000 to general fund with the appropriation to the Department of Public Health and Environment for chronic disease and cancer prevention grants. I just want to remind you all that we have been funding all sorts of things over at the Department of Public Health and Environment to the tune of, over the course of the last 4 years, their FTE have more than doubled. They spend more on FTE than they do on programs, quite frankly, if you ask me. But again, if this whole million was going towards SNAP, that means we would be able to pull down at least $1 million of federal funds. In this case, because they added two things into this amendment, we will not be able to pull down the full amount of federal funds. And again, we've already done this. I urge a no vote on Amendment 21.
Is there any further discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 21J004. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No! The ayes have it. No! And J004 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chair?
Will the clerk please
Mr.
read
Chair?
Amendment
Mr. Chair?
26 or, oh, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request Senatorial 5.
Senator 05. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, if I could get your attention for 1 second. Apologies that there has been some jumping around. We are going to start from Amendment 1 going forward, but I need to make an announcement that the following amendments will not be offered, so you can cross them out in your packet. I see some pens. Is everyone ready? All right. Amendments 3 through 5 will not be offered. Amendments 22 through 25 will not be offered. Amendments 30 and 31 will not be offered. Yep. I'll repeat it one more time at the end. Amendment 34 will not be offered. And amendments 39 and 40 will not be offered. I will run through the list one more time. For clarity, amendments 3 through 5 will not be offered. Amendments 22 through 25 will not be offered. Not be offered. Amendments 30 and 31 will not be offered. Amendment 34 will not be offered. And amendments 39 and 40 will not be offered. And if we are ready, Mr. Chair, I think we can start from Amendment 1 at the top of the packet.
With that, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 1 or J032?
Amendment J032 by Senator Winter and Gonzalez, amend printed bill page
Senator
25.
Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J01.
J032, you mean? Oh, J032.
Amendment 1.
Amendment 1. There you go. To the amendment.
This amendment is merely a footnote. We know that the Department of Corrections has seen an increase in employee complaints and employee harassment complaints, and so we are working to make sure that they are including that in their budget and sending a signal that they need to implement better standards for creating a safe workplace.
Is there any discussion on J032 or Amendment 1? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I request a no vote on Amendment 1, and here's why. While it's a great idea, this can already happen. They can already pay for their harassment-related settlements from the fund that they're speaking to, the payment to risk management and property funds. So this is already covered, and the amendment is not necessary, so I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 1 or J032. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 2 or J002?
Amendment J002 by Senator Priola.
Senator
amend printed
Priola.
bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I bring your attention to Amendment 2 in the packet, or J002. Oh, how convenient. Anyway, this amendment, during the JBC process, the Department of Corrections briefing R8 requested $5 million general fund that would go ongoing, an appropriation of $377,000 per year through year 2029. This request was denied by the JBC for logistical reasons. So I'm requesting that during the budget process, we grant the Department of Corrections the request of R8 appropriations through this process and take it from the part of the budget process BA1, which is additional prison beds, which was funded. Here's the underlying basis and reasoning why. Establishing sober living homes would alleviate the need for additional prison beds. Sober living homes are used for parolees with substance use disorder, or the acronym is SUD, to transition from incarceration to normal life. As of 2019, roughly 8,700 Coloradan inmates, or 43% of Colorado's entire 20,200 person prison population, were eligible for parole. More than 80% of Americans' prison population have a substance use disorder or are incarcerated for drug-related crimes. In a study by the National Institute of Health, improvements were noted in the area of alcohol and drug use, arrest, psychiatric symptoms, and employment for sober living residents. To repeat that, the study showed that folks who transitioned to sober living, like the warm handoff, as our former colleague used to say, from incarceration to getting back to a normal life, they were able to have less recidivism during that process. Structures that aim to help those with substance use disorder are more effective than incarceration. And if you look back at the amendment takes the $5 million that would be spent on incarceration, which, as a side note, corrections is struggling to find people to be employed in this area because, as you know, most industries of all walks of life are having trouble finding those for employment. So again, structures that aim to help those with substance use disorder are more effective than incarceration when preventing recidivism and eliminating racial disparities in Colorado prisons. In a 2021 study by the Colorado Attorney General, drug-related arrests by race are as follows: African American, non-Hispanic, 433, Hispanic Latino, 291, white, 211. According to the American Psychological Association, treating prisoners' substance use problems during and after, and I will underline after, incarceration, that's what this amendment J002 is for, can lead to a major reduction in recidivism. And that's why us, as the state Senate, as the Colorado legislature, owe it to use taxpayer funds wisely. I believe this amendment speaks to that. Sober living homes are more economically beneficial to Colorado taxpayers. Logistics on qualifications for grant recipients have been fleshed out by SAMHSA protocols and existing Colorado sober living homes. SAMHSA is recovering housing best practices and suggested guidance. Boulder County is already providing grants to establish sober living homes. Project Recovery has already been established. This project aims to end the cycle of incarceration, support the recovery of and reentry process, reducing incarceration of crime and recidivism, and create a safer community through the creation of substance use recovery homes throughout Boulder County. According to the Colorado Department of Corrections figures setting document, $3.5 million general fund dollars that were appropriated for the 393 additional prison beds. This equates to about $9,000 per person of taxpayer money being spent. For sober living homes that would pay off over time due to the grant structure of the original request, each sober living home houses around 6 to 10 people, each paying rent on average of $900 per month. This structure allows convicted individuals to contribute economically to the state and prepare themselves for reentry into normal society post-parole. It's about what we've learned on the Substance Use Interim Committee is about the continuum of care This amendment follows in that and will have, in my opinion, better outcomes for the state of Colorado and those, especially those dealing with substance use disorder. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 2.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think you heard from the good senator from, well, Adams, the good senator from Henderson, that this item did come to the Joint Budget Committee as a decision item, which means that it was embodied in a departmental request. And we were given a pretty thorough explanation and suggestion from our nonpartisan JBC staff about why it was probably not a good idea to accept this. Staff recommends denial of this request, and here's why. The lack of details in the request prompted JBC staff to ask a dozen questions to acquire information that would be relevant to an affirmative recommendation. The responses to these questions indicate, number one, uncertainty about the criteria used to select those housing vendors, uncertainty about the regulatory standards, uncertainty about the regulatory enforcement mechanisms, uncertainty about the available programming and effectiveness, and uncertainty about the effectiveness of the program overall. It sounds like a good idea, but we try really hard if we're going to spend a significant amount of money, $5 million, to do something, we want to make sure that it is going to produce the results that we want from it. And right now, that is just not the case. Right now, it appears as if this is still an idea that needs more time and more clarification. So because of that, here are a couple of things that we feel would need to go into a consideration of a request of this amount. But in the meantime, we recommend a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 2 or J002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 6 or J006?
Amendment J006 by Senator Priel, amend printed bill page 61, line 6, strike services and substitute services 8A. In the item in subtotal column, strike 6,171,170 and substitute 6,249,631. And in the general fund column, strike 1,595,895 and substitute 1,674,356. Adjust affected totals accordingly. Page 65 after line 13 and third footnotes. The following statements are referenced in the numbered footnotes through Section 2, 8A, Department of Early Childhood, Community and Family Support, Early Childhood Mental Health Services. The appropriation includes $78,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, draw your attention to Amendment 6 in the packet, also known as J006. The Department of Early Childhood, R6 request of $390,000 general fund came through earlier. I'll summarize down here. The request. So I requested this amendment be drawn up so that the Colorado budget grant the Colorado Department of Early Childhood request funding for one additional contracted position to facilitate program communication that pertains to resources for fetal alcohol syndrome disorder. This has come to light, and my knowledge has been expanded on this in my work on the interim committee, and it's shocking. I put it in some of the ledge decks of the bills I ran this session, but 1 in 20 U.S. school-aged children may have fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 6.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. We have done an extraordinary amount of work in this area already in this budget, and ask for no vote on this amendment.
Senator Zenzinger.
Also, I would just point out that taking away money from the Department of Early Childhood for something so small and of a line item is not a good budgeting practice, and so we would ask for no vote.
Is there any further discussion? The motion before the body is adoption of Amendment 6 or J006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and Amendment 6, or J006, is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 7, or J041?
Amendment
Senator Gardner.
J041.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J041.
To the
His
amendment.
nom de guerre is amendment number 7.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't want to catch you in mid-bite, but.
It's close.
Members, you've heard of message bills. Well, this is a message amendment. We have an orbital bill, which is for an important program in the Department of Education, but that bill adds 5 FTE to the Department of Education. And I got to looking at that, and you know, it turns out that excluding the School for the Deaf and Blind, when I came to the General Assembly in 2007, there were a little over 300 FTE in CDE. Today, there are about 460 FTE, again, excluding the School for the Deaf and Blind. That's like 140 people in growth. So when the bill for facility schools and improving the use of facility schools came in front of us, I thought surely while CDE needs people to run that program and make it successful, I thought surely out of nearly 500 people, perhaps CDE could find 5 vacancies or 5 people who were working on programs that have long ago become moribund, as they say. And so what this bill does is reduce the FTE in CDE by 5, but that's okay because we have a bill that's adding 5 FTE, so it's a wash. And that's all I'm asking you to do. Let's not grow government any more than we have in the 15 sessions that I have been in the General Assembly. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, one of the most frustrating things that happens on the JBC is when departments come in and they say, you know what? We actually need more FTE than we thought for these programs that came through on these bills. It's extremely frustrating when they do that. Now, what we're doing here is saying we're going to take away 5 FTE. All that's going to happen is next year they're going to say, you know, it turns out that we actually need those folks because they do need these folks. We are seeing departments, I think, and we'll address this later on another .2 FTE question that we have on one of the orbitals. We see departments sort of take these little hits, say, oh, we can do this with existing resources, we do this with existing resources, and then it turns out they can't do it with existing resources. Now, that is a frustration that I have on fiscal notes, but this increase in FTE directly addresses and responds to things that we as a legislature have asked the department to do. They need these resources to do it. We look at these FTE extraordinarily closely on the Joint Budget Committee, and I have been convinced by the department these are critical in order to do what it is that we have tasked the department with doing. I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate the comments of the good senator from Greenwood Village, but I wonder if the frustration is not self-induced. The good senator says, well, it's a frustration because we create more programs and then the department needs more people, and I'm frustrated about that, says the senator. Well, that seems self-induced, and the way to cure that is to go cold turkey. Quit consuming more FTEs. Say enough is enough. No more FTEs. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
I can almost buy into that argument that was just made. except when it comes to something as significant and as important as education.
Senator Lundin. Oh. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I agree as to how important education is. And you know, whenever you create more and more bureaucracy, you get in your own way. And you create the frustration that the good senator from Greenwood Village is talking about. I refuse to believe that out of nearly 500 employees, 500 FTEs, that no government department would be unable to find a 1% reduction to improve its performance. After all, in all of the years that I have been in the General Assembly, we have experienced such technological changes that we ought to be more efficient. We ought to be more efficient, not less efficient. We ought to need fewer people, not more people. But that's for another day and a larger topic. Again, I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is adoption of Amendment 7 or J041. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 8 or J016?
Amendment J016 by Senators Lundin, Basic, Gardner.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J016, also known in your budget packet as Amendment number 8.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Amendment numbers 8, 9, 10, and 11 all bump up against the same issue. And you heard it here first from the words of the chair, or from the mouth of the chair of the Joint Budget Committee. Significant and important education. She will always say that, and I will always echo that and acknowledge that. Let's zoom out. Let's go from the granular level of amendments to the broader context of the bigger budget that we're dealing with. And I want to call out and offer my plaudits, my praise, my congratulations to the members of the Joint Budget Committee for the incredible work. Hey, we're going to give you toss-outs here. The incredible work that they have done. They have brought together a $40+ billion budget in a meaningful way, in a beneficial way, but not in a perfect way, and that's why we're talking about this. Let's look a little bit into some of the higher level elements that we're dealing with, because these amendments are big amendments we're discussing right now. This is a $321 million amendment. That's big stuff. It ain't chicken feed, as they say. But the budget has all sorts of big buckets of equally large piles of money. If you flip in your summary packet to page 4 and you look at the placeholders table 5, you will see that there is $499 million sitting there in a table in a category called placeholder. Big money available. If you flip over then to the next page, maybe 2 pages here, to line, find the right place. As you know, this multi-page document has many, many tables, and there we are. It's on page 5. There is the general fund transfer money of $91 million. Again, a substantial bucket. If you continue all the way through and get to the summary elements of the budget, you will see that we have a reserve, a 15% reserve. The historical average for the state of Colorado over the past 30+ years is about 3.5% held in reserve. We're holding 15% in reserve. What's the dollar amount associated with that? Well, in the context of this $321 million amendment, Amendment 16, or the nom de guerre, as the good senator from El Paso called it, number 8, 321 million. The reserve is 2.2 billion. So if you add those up, 2.2 billion plus 500 million, that's 2.7 billion, plus another 100 million, we'll round it up, 2.8 billion there. And on top of that, we will toss the state education fund, a savings account. So we're ratcheting up from 2.7 now to almost $4 billion in cash flow that could be used to get at the issue that Amendment 16, also known as Amendment number 8, gets to, is the paying off and the buying down of the budget stabilization factor. Now, this caucus, that is the Senate Republican caucus, for several years now, has been campaigning on, has been running amendments, has been bringing the conversation to pay the budget stabilization factor down to 0. Well, why would we do that? Well, because there's $4 billion sitting here in various available funds. There is a constitutional requirement that we pass this budget, and the only other constitutional requirement we have is known as Amendment 23, and it says you shall increase education funding based on population growth and inflation. Well, back in 2009, when we were coming through the collapse of 2008, we were in the Great Recession when we were struggling, Democrat leadership came up with a very clever idea. They said, well, we'll create this categorical, because categoricals live outside of the Constitution, and we'll call it the budget stabilization factor. It then became later known as the negative factor, and then it was returned to the name of the budget stabilization factor, or the BS factor. But it's a gimmick that allows for the spending of money other than on public education, which is one of the 2 constitutional requirements. So a gimmick is why we're not fully funding education to the level that Amendment 23 requires. Now, you're going to hear arguments from the folks on the Joint Budget Committee. Well, this is the wrong bill. The long bill is not the place where you pay down the budget stabilization factor. But the long bill is exactly where we balance the budget of the state of Colorado. The long bill is where we determine you're either going to have enough money to do these policy imperatives, or you're not going to have enough money. So we must make room for, in the $500 million in placeholders, in the $2.2 billion in reserve, excess cash lying around is another way of describing reserves, and in the 1.4, no, that will be 1.6 next year, billion dollars in the state education fund. Let's, in fact, balance all of that out against this amendment. So the amendment, Amendment 16, provides for $321 million against that $4 billion bogey to honor the constitutional requirement that we fully fund public education. Now, I'll be back to talk more about the next couple of amendments because they change slightly. This particular amendment's really simple. It's like your family or your kitchen table budget conversations. In my checking account, I discover that I'm $3.21 short, but I have $4,000 in my savings account, or we'll say $1,600 to keep the numbers parallel. I'm doing the math in my head, just clearly no one else is tracking with me. I'm $3.21 in my checking account short, but I've got $1,600 in my savings account. You know what? I'm going to go borrow that $3.21, or in the terms of a state budget, I'm going to go take that $321 million out of my $1.6 billion savings account. And that's what this amendment does. We've got some other ways of looking at it, but Amendment 8 does it in that way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly appreciate the good senator from Monument outlining this. This is the right thing to do. It's time to fully fund education, and I wholeheartedly support J016.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, also want to stand with the good senator from Monument. Either there is no real budget shortfall, no budget stabilization factor, or there's one that we need to address. And we have opportunity after opportunity, and they keep getting passed by. So let's not pass this one by. Let's either fund the budget stabilization factor right now in the appropriate, walking through the front door while we have this opportunity, or let's stop talking about it altogether and dismiss it as if it does not exist. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Zenzinger.
This is literally smoke. Smoke and mirrors. That's what this amendment is. And here's why, people. It's not because we don't care about education. It's not because we don't want to properly fund education. It is not because we don't like teachers. It's not because we don't see this as our obligation or an essential function of government, because we do. But you know what? It does not happen in this budget. It will occur in the School Finance Act. School Finance Act will happen after the budget. We will introduce that, and we will do a reduction of the budget stabilization factor in that bill. Why is that? And has that always been the case? No. As a matter of fact, that has not always been the case. The reason why that is the case this year is because of the fund balance that we have right now existing within the state education fund. We already drew down the state education fund $297 million. And that's the portion that we put towards school finance that is in the set aside for school finance this year. Why $297 million from the state ed fund for that set aside for school finance? Because the goal of school finance this year, what was recommended to us by our analyst and what the JBC agreed to, was that we are keeping school finance, we are holding it flat in this budget. And any reduction in the budget stabilization factor will occur in school finance by drawing down from the state ed fund and not the general fund. The budget that you have before you today is about the general fund. It's about our state budget. I just want to correct a couple of things that were said here at the well. First of all, Amendment 23, definitely constitutional. You know what else is constitutional? The budget stabilization factor. We thought it wasn't. We wished it wasn't. We went to court. We said, hey, we don't think this is constitutional. And unfortunately, it was found to be constitutional. So that too is constitutional. Secondly, the budget stabilization factor is not a categorical. If it were a categorical, it would be factored into the base and it could never be lowered. It is a factor. That's why it's called the budget stabilization factor. And a factor occurs within the School Finance Act. It occurs within the formula. And because we are not addressing the formula in this bill, I'm going to have to ask for a no vote on the amendment. I do want to speak very briefly, though, about the intentions behind the amendment, because I think the intentions are good. I think that the intentions of this amendment are excellent in that we all would like to see our schools better funded. We don't want to see reductions in FTE and CDE. We want to keep them there so that we can continue to support our schools. We want our students to have the maximum amount of allotted funding per our formula that is possible. And so for those reasons, I recognize the good intentions behind this amendment. But functionally, when you're talking about the budget stabilization factor, that is represented in our formula, and that formula is not in the budget. So therefore, I'm going to have to ask for a no vote on Amendment 8.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend the senator from Lundeenville for his eagerness to have this conversation. He is a couple weeks too early, and we are going to have this conversation in full and at length in a couple of weeks in the School Finance Act. This is not the place for that conversation. This is not the bill for those changes to be made. The School Finance Act is, and I am absolutely 100% dedicated to eliminating the BS factor as soon as we reasonably can in a permanent way. It can't be the kind of thing where we eliminate it one year and the next year like, oh, turns out we don't have the cash that we thought we were going to have, and we go right back into having a BS factor again. That's unacceptable. We have to solve this problem. We have to solve it in a way that is permanent. We need to get our schools the funding they need. We need to get our kids the funding they need to get the education that they deserve so that every kid can succeed no matter where they come from. We are dedicated to doing that, just not in this bill. I ask for a no on the amendment.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I appreciate the comments that gave me time to eat my cookie in the on-deck circle, I do not appreciate this being called smoke and mirrors. Members, this is real money right here, right now. If we want it available in the school finance bill that's about to come to us after this, we need to secure it. We need to set it aside right now. We can do that. We can prioritize education right now, and we can set aside this money to make it very easy and simple so that when that bill does come before us, that money is secured and it is saved from elsewhere in the budget. Vote yes on this amendment. Thank you to the great senator from Monument, the best senator from Monument, for bringing this amendment.
Senator Zenzinger.
Good news, people, it's already secure. In fact, it's in a very tight lockbox known as the State Education Fund. And it can only be used for education, as opposed to the general fund, which can be used for anything. So the argument about how we need to set it aside now in order to protect it doesn't hold water, because it's already being set aside and protected in the state ed fund. Secondly, we have already effectuated a placeholder for education in the budget.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Everybody's overriding.
Members, I think we all really do like this amendment. It's a timing issue. And I will say that when I first got on the Joint Budget Committee, talking with my fellow members on the Joint Budget Committee, we are all committed to funding and paying down the budget stabilization factor, that $321 million. We are committed to that. And again, this is a timing issue. I think the other thing in talking with my fellow members on the Joint Budget Committee is we understand the issue with the timing is that for some reason, and I think we all know why, because of the negative factor and the BS factor, in 2010, the General Assembly started doing the School Finance Act after the long bill, 2009, 2010 in there. It used to be that the School Finance Act and these determinations were already figured out before we got to the long bill. So it's about 2009, 2010 is when we started stabilizing the budget or balancing the budget on the backs of students. And I can say emphatically, our discussions on the Joint Budget Committee, every discussion we have had on this, all 6 members are committed to buying down the $321 million that is called the budget stabilization factor for this year. We're committed to work to try and get to as close to, if not totally, that whole $321 million. I have asked my fellow members on the JBC for their commitment, and I have received it. That we are working to get, again, it's back to looking at the numbers. How do we make sure that we sustain it in coming years and do everything we can? But it was too late because I asked if we couldn't do the School Finance Act prior to the long bill, and it just didn't work out. But starting next year, that's a demand that we should be making of our Joint Budget Committee members. That's a demand that we should be doing and saying, look, school finance, It's a constitutional mandate. We have to fund education. It's the only program in the Constitution with regard to education that we have to fund. And we have to fund an inflationary increase. And in 2010, that General Assembly figured out a workaround to get around that constitutional amendment. But again, I just want to assure you, this is a timing issue. I love this amendment. I wish the timing were different, that we already knew, that we had already spoken about the School Finance Act, and that we had already have our commitment so we know what we're buying down. But we are going to buy down the budget stabilization factor as much as we possibly can, if not fully, this year. That's what we are working towards.
Senator Pelton B, not R, but B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I think this amendment is great. I have heard, and maybe since I'm a new senator, this is new to me, but maybe all of you guys get it. But I've had educator after educator after educator and after superintendent either come to my office, call me, or email me to ask to get rid of the budget stabilization factor. We can do it right now, and we should do it right now. So I rise and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate very much this conversation. This is one of those moments in debate where we are actually, I think, moving the policy conversation in a positive way. I would agree, and it should be a matter of our considered expectation in the future, that the School Finance Act precede the long bill because it is prior to the long bill in its authority based on the constitutional requirement of the increase based on student count and inflation. It is a constitutional requirement. What has been happening is since 2009, even though the state budget has grown by more than $20 billion over that period of time, we haven't somehow been able to find the money year over year to actually fully fund education per the constitutional requirement of Amendment 23. Why? Because the long bill comes first, everybody jams their hand into the cookie jar, everybody gets a new program, of this program, of that program, and the next thing you know, all of those new state programs that are being funded in the long bill are funded at the expense of paying for public education. And the budget stabilization factor / negative factor / BS factor is the way that is done. So we need to, point one, make it a stated priority that we fund the School Finance Act fully prior to running the long bill going forward. I think that's an important policy construct to have. This particular amendment, back directly to this amendment, is really straightforward. It takes simply the money out of the state ed fund, which is the state savings account for education, and funds the $321 million, round figures, that are required. Okay, let's review what that savings account has in it right now. JBC staff working document. This is not a committee decision that I'm holding here. The committee stands with you, or the Senate elements of the committee stand before you. This is just the working document. The working document shows you've got a nice little graph here that shows the increasing over time state ed fund. The state ed fund today is at $1.4 billion, and the December Legislative Council staff revenue forecast anticipates, listen to this, critically important conversation, anticipates approximately $1 billion per year in annual income tax deposits to the fund. It's 1.4 today. It's got another billion in queue coming its way, and yet we're reticent, reluctant, unwilling to spend $321 million out of that 1.4 current that has other dollars flowing into it to fund the education of K-12 education of the students of Colorado. I urge your support of this, and there's going to be 3 more amendments we're going to talk about, and they get at different aspects of this same conversation, but we need to be unrelenting in our desire to fully fund public education in Colorado. I urge your support of Amendment 16, also known as Amendment 8, J16, Amendment 8 in your packet. I urge your support of this, and all we're doing is transferring money out of the savings account and into the checking account to pay for the public education of children this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be my last remark on this during these series of amendments that we're going to be looking at. I just want to say thank you to my colleague on the other side here from the great Lundeenville, the best senator from Lundeenville. He is a stalwart advocate for public education in this state. It has been a pleasure and an honor serving with him, working on these issues for the last few years. He's wrong on this one, only because he's early, and we're going to have that conversation in a couple of weeks. So I ask for a no vote on his amendment, but really appreciate where his heart is and where he's coming from on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is adoption of Amendment 8 or J016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 9 or J026?
Amendment J026 by Senators Lundeen, Basic
Senator
Gardner,
Lundeen.
Listen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the reader as well. I move Amendment J26, also in your budget packet known as Amendment 9.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much. Gets at the same end goal, gets at it a different way, $321 million to buy down the budget stabilization factor. It would include $128 million in general fund money and $192 million out of the savings account. So we're actually dipping into the general fund. So heads up, this is a slightly different policy conversation. We're saying now we are competing. We're not paying the whole thing out of the big savings account. We're going to compete for $128 million out of the general fund. But as you recall, we have $500,499 million in placeholders. Let's just pull out of that 128, or pull 128 out of those placeholders. Now, we have a great system. The Joint Budget Committee works with enormous volumes of numbers and incredibly complicated programs, the untold numbers of spreadsheets, software programs, all sorts of things going on. A system of checks and balances to make sure that it all works out properly. Well, we discovered that we had a check and a balance come our way just in the last 3 days. We discovered, oh, there's actually about $128 million more on hand than we had anticipated. That is the kind of, when you remember when you used to play Monopoly, except this is real money, you would get that chance card that says bank error in your favor. That's what we have here. And this amendment simply says that extra money that was found money in the last several days, let's put that money, instead of it into other programs in the general fund, put that into fulfilling our obligation for public education funding and take the balance of the money out of the state ed fund. So I urge your support of Amendment 26, also known as Amendment 9.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, the conversation is very similar to the one that we just had. I just want to kind of set the context a little bit about what we did do in the long bill, because so far I've been saying not the right timing, let's wait until we do it in the School Finance Act, which is all true, but maybe there is a lack of understanding about what we did do. And so I just want to outline for you a little bit about the long bill appropriation for school finance as we have it right now. So first off, in our figure setting recommendation for the long bill for 23-24, the appropriation for school finance, which is the state's share of district's total program funding, we balanced that to the December 22 Legislative Council staff revenue forecast. And now that we, as a Joint Budget Committee, selected the OSPB revenue forecast for balancing purposes, staff came back, redid the numbers using that different forecast to be able to say, here's where you are now. So here's where we are now. We are holding the general fund appropriation constant at the current level from 22-23. Which is $4,238,686,861. And knowing Craig Harper, if there were some sense that could be represented in that number, it would be. So if the committee, JBC, moving forward with the scenario that we discussed when we discussed our plans for school finance, what we did is we had a target ending balance of $30 million in the state public school fund, which is another fund, by the way, that is out there that helps contribute to the funding of school finance, in order to have a ending balance of $30 million in the state public school fund, equal to the OSPB projected 23-24 deposits of the marijuana taxes to the state public school fund, plus we wanted to make sure that there was a $5 million buffer. Current law still requires an appropriation of marijuana tax revenues from that school public fund in the year after the collection of those marijuana revenues. And so we do that in arrears. And this targeted ending balance is consistent with all of the actions that we've taken in previous years. In addition to that, appropriations, what we did in the long bill is we appropriated the remaining amount necessary in order to hold the school finance appropriation constant. Any amount that we wanted to reduce from the budget stabilization factor, which we, in the bill, because we budget to current law, is constant at $321.2 million. And that's because the School Finance Act has not passed yet. And the budget, we budget to current law. We don't budget to projected law. We don't say, I think that bill's going to pass, and so therefore, I'm going to budget that way. We don't do that. We budget to current law. And current law is last year's budget stabilization factor amount. So that's just putting that on the table so that you understand, level setting, how we go about doing the appropriation in the long bill for school finance. All that being said, we recognize the good intentions of the amendment sponsors, and we thank them for their diligence and for their attention to school finance. But again, we are going to ask for a no vote at this time.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 9, or J026. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 10, or J024?
Amendment J024 by
Senator
Senator
Lundin.
Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J024, also known as Amendment 10 in your budget packet.
To the amendment.
This is a slightly different way of looking at the same riddle we've been trying to unravel. This is 160 million coming from general fund, 160 million coming out of the state ed fund. Why those numbers? Well, obviously they're 50-50. And also, it's very interesting that a couple years ago we passed a bill, 21-1164. It monkeyed with the mills that would be collected across the various school districts. And those mills are applied against the value of homes. What's been happening with the value of homes in Colorado? To the moon, Alice. I mean, they've been going up, up, up. And so the money coming in on the local share, which is money the state no longer has to pay for, this year equates to almost $160 million. So the state just saved the $160 million because the local taxes are backfilling that, or causing it not to be a backfill from the state. It's being paid for with local taxes. So this amendment says, wow, since we're not paying for it out of state funds anyway, we could use that additional money we would have otherwise spent on public education and buy down the BS factor. State's in for 160, the state education fund is in for 160, round numbers, gets us to our 321 million we need to actually meet the constitutional requirement to fully fund public education in Colorado. I urge your support of Amendment J24, also known as 10 in your budget packet.
Senator Zenzinger.
Members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the amendment of Amendment 10 or J024. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 11 or J015?
Amendment J015 by Senator Lundin, Baisley, Gardner, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Simpson, Smallwood, Van Winkle, and Will. Amend printed bill page 75, line 2, and the item in subtotal column. Strike 4,831,000.
Oh,
Four
Senator
billion
Lundin.
831 million.
Thank you, Madam Reader. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J15, also known as 11 in your budget packet.
To the bill.
Amendment.
Where's the amendment?
So this is probably, from a policy standpoint, the best of the 4 amendments that we've discussed, and it's the final in this package, so we'll be moving on from this particular part of the budget discussion. The reason this is the best policy response is this is a pure general fund transfer. We're saying, you know what, it's the responsibility of us as legislators to fund public education, and we should do it as a priority with general fund money. Now, we haven't been doing that. That's why we have this BS factor. This would eliminate the budget stabilization factor with general fund money. Well, good grief, Lundin, you say, that's a lot of money. Why are we doing that? Here's why we're doing it. Since 2009, when the budget stabilization factor was put into place, state government has grown by $20 billion per year, or $20 billion total. It's now moved from basically a $19 billion budget in 2009 to a $40 billion budget this year. And this is research from the Legislative Council, and we have added 167 additional state programs that are not constitutionally mandated. They're just good ideas that we show up to the party with as legislators and say, hey, I think we ought to do a lot of electric bicycles. Electric bicycles would be a good thing. We should write a grant program and give millions and millions of dollars away in electric bicycles. That's one example. We come up with all sorts of other things, and I would commend to you as a little bit of light reading a report February 16th and then a follow-on report March 1st from Ledge Council that define and describe the 167 additional new programs, none of them constitutionally required, that we have chosen to create instead of funding public education fully as it should be done. So this amendment, Amendment J15, says, you know what, we repent. When you repent, you know what you do? You not only say I was wrong, but you turn and go the other way. We repent of having grown state government by $20 billion while not funding public education fully as required by Amendment 23. That's what this amendment, J15, would do. I urge your support. And you don't have to use theologically loaded language like repenting. Let's just make the good policy choice. Let's fund public education with J15. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the good senator from Monument for offering up all of these amendments because it gives me an opportunity to talk about my favorite subject, which is school finance. And ordinarily, people don't appreciate that, but I believe that you do. So I'm Mr. Chair, very pleased to be able to have this conversation. So this year was different. Ordinarily, when we have a discussion about school finance, we have to budget very carefully and differently because we have not always had a state education fund in the position that we are in this year. In the past, we have almost absolutely had to crowd out other things within our general fund spending in order to accomplish our goals with regard to school finance. And this year's different. And it's different for a couple of different reasons. The recommendation for the long bill appropriation for this year includes a decrease of a certain amount of funds below the 22-23 appropriation. And the reason for that decrease in state funds is possible is primarily because an increased amount of assessed values on our properties, on our homes, that is driving a large increase in the local property tax revenues for 23-24. And because of that, and because we have to maintain the necessary funding level for the budget stabilization factor at the same dollar amount as last year, because we budget to current law, not future law, then that changed the calculation for us about what our expectations were with regard to the general fund. We were able to cover the majority of our public school finance this year using general fund, but we did take a small amount from the state ed fund and dedicate it to the set aside that we already did for public education that came out of the state ed fund. So we already accomplished that. But then there are a couple of other things that happened this year that made the situation just a little bit different. First of all, we have a lower student count. And so if we have a lower student count, then the expectations for the state to fund as many students goes down because there are fewer students that we are funding this year due to enrollment. So higher property taxes and lower student counts. So that created a particular place for us where we felt pretty confident that we could do a set aside using approximately, I think it's $197 million from the state ed fund in our placeholder. So we're already accomplishing that. Then, as we've stated before, in the future, we will come along with the School Finance Act, and we will talk about whether or not we would like to make any future reductions. I will note, however, as I did in my opening, I'm not sure how many were paying attention to that opening, but even before we get there, even before we get to that School Finance Act, where we may or may not making any reductions to the budget stabilization factor, we were able to increase school funding by $485 million, which translates into $900 per pupil, additional dollars. So given all of those factors, I think that just by maintaining where we are, we're still loads further than we were in any previous budget. And so for that, I would ask members just to be patient a little bit longer with us. Please vote this amendment down, and then when we come and bring the school finance package to you in a couple of weeks, I hope that you will support those efforts.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 11 or J015. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes were louder, so they win. Amendment 11 J05 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 12 or J049?
Amendment J049 by Senator
Senator
Pelton,
Pelton.
amend printed bill.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I would like to move J049, please.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does, members, is that it actually distributes $356,701 to the Department of Education for distributions to districts that had projects that were
that were forced to replace their mascot. Because of Senate Bill 21-116, these schools, and one of them is in Yuma, Colorado, went ahead and replaced everything to be in compliance with the bill, but yet they were asked to go to the BEST grant process to get reimbursed or to be part of that, and they got denied because there was no money in the BEST grant. So what this amendment does is it actually allocates this money to the Department of Education for this project. And this project consisted of several major things like the gymnasium floors. It had wrestling mats, scoring tables, everywhere that had the mascot on there. It was a big expense for these schools. Now, Yuma, Colorado has a smaller school. It's not a big school, and the tax base cannot afford to continue to pay these large amounts of money in this. So I'm just asking for an aye vote on Amendment J049 to give Yuma County the money to help fund their project.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a difficult one. It came kind of late in the process, or else I would have brought it forward during the Joint Budget Committee while we were talking about it and why we were talking about BEST grants. So let me just explain clearly what happened. As the good senator from Logan County said, Yuma County, under legislation that was passed, was required to replace their hardwood floor, their uniforms, their mats, a whole bunch of stuff. They had just done their hardwood floor, and they just paid that much money for it. So when the law was being passed, right before the law was being passed in 21. So they went back, feeling that they were under the gun. Feeling that they were in a position where they needed to get it done to be in compliant with state law. They applied for a BEST grant. They weren't denied. They were approved. But because it's not health and safety, they were down in Tier 4, and that was the year there just wasn't enough money. There were issues with the marijuana tax cash fund and the marijuana cash fund that helps fund these BEST grants. So they weren't able to get reimbursed, or they weren't able to get the money for the grant. So they went ahead and did the floor because they had to be in compliance with the law, and they only had so much time. So when they did that, even though they were approved for the BEST grant, what happened is the state, the Department of Education, could not go back and reimburse them after the fact, even though they have the funds to be able to do so now. So this is basically, just flat out tell you, it's kind of a workaround so that they can get paid for, get reimbursed for the grant that was approved, that they went and did before they had the funds available, if that makes sense to everyone. It's just the way it worked out. They were approved. They had a compliance issue with state law. They felt like they needed to comply with state law. Thank you. And now it's almost like they're being penalized because now there is funds and they can't get it because of procurement issues in the state. So this is something that if I'd have known earlier, I would have tried to talk to the JBC members about it, just did not have that opportunity. And so that is why, and we're talking about Yuma. It's a small school. And so that is why the good senator from Logan County is here today asking for this amendment.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I want to commend the sponsor of this amendment, J049, amendment number 12, because basically, I don't think that our kids should be exposed to unwelcome, hostile images of Native American people. That's it. You heard the senator talk about some of the administrative burdens that have taken place that may have prevented some school districts from making application to get these the funding that was necessary to remove these mascots, and this will give them an opportunity to do so. You know, when you have these mascots in your gyms or on your schools, it really gives the impression that it's okay for you to mock Native Americans with a red face. I don't think so. When we have these images with the headband, those images are demeaning, and we should be creating in situations in our schools where kids don't have to look at something and say, that makes me feel shameful about who I am and my own heritage. This is a small appropriation to allow school districts to remove those items from some of the, wherever they're displayed. Replace them. They shouldn't be exposed to these kinds of things. I've read some articles and from kids who are exposed to these things at a young age. It makes them feel depressed, doesn't make them feel good about themselves. And as a state, I believe that we can do much better. I don't want any young person to go into any school where they see themselves depicted in a very demeaning way. So I'm encouraging a yes on this amendment number 12.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 12, also known as J49. Senate Bill 21116 caused this cascading effect. At the time we had the policy debate around this elimination of mascots and finishing gym floors and changing school uniforms and whatnot, there was a live policy conversation. One of the issues that was raised in committee and then on the floor was the potential disconnect in timeframes with regard to the expense associated with resolving the matter should the law pass. Well, the law passed. It's the law of Colorado. In school districts confronted with a substantial fine, went ahead and moved forward to do what they needed to do to comply with the law. Some of them got caught out. And that's what this bill is about, just the timing and the cycles of money and the idea that BEST grants would provide resources to pay for this, but then the BEST grant program didn't have enough depth to get money down to dealing with these sorts of issues. This is simply a backfill for those school districts that have complied with the law, have done what we asked, and have suffered a financial consequence because of that. This would reimburse them, so to speak, for the expenses that they've incurred to achieve the exact requirements we placed upon them by virtue of Senate Bill 21116. I urge your support. It's just a square things up, honest broker kind of amendment.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is another one of those very well-intentioned type of amendments, but I'm going to have to ask for a no vote. It's my understanding that this conversation is not new. Most of the school districts have been in conversation about these issues with our Native American tribes for well over 30 years before the law passed. And so therefore, we just feel that it might not be in our best interest to take money away from education, from the ability to address really bad infrastructure in order to cover for these districts. So I will ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 12 or J049. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes were more, so the amendment lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 13 or J037?
Amendment J037 by Senator Gonzalez, amend printed bill, page 94, line 9 in the item in total, column
Gonzalez.
strike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 13, also known as J37.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment would seek to do is to increase the appropriation to the Department of Education by $14 million in general fund, including $10 million to the Behavioral Health Care Professional Matching Grant Program and $4 million to the School Counselor Corps Grant Program. The $10 million would direct dollars to the Behavioral Health Care Professional Matching Grant Program in the Department of Education, which helps public schools increase the number of school professionals who provide substance abuse and behavioral health care to students, and then also provides trainings and resources for school staff on substance abuse prevention education and behavioral health issues. The $4 million would allocate those funds to the program created in 2008 to increase the availability of effective school-based counseling within schools, using the state guidelines and standards to implement a comprehensive counseling model that includes a time and effort assessment, post-secondary workforce ready programming, and social and emotional counseling work. This Counselor Corps prioritizes schools that serve highly diverse and economically challenged students and has been quite successful to support young people in that target audience. I ask for an aye vote because we know that our students are in crisis, and right now, the SEF does have a $1.4 billion balance, and this isn't an allowable use. Recognizing that our students are in crisis, we need policy to support young people in the moments of crisis. I think we've all seen the ways in which the students at East High School who have come to the Capitol on multiple occasions, and also students from other places in my district and across the state have been speaking often with us about their mental health needs. This is an amendment seeking to directly address that. Thank you for your consideration, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this. I appreciate the good senator from Denver and her comments. However, I just want to point out a few things. First of all, the Department of Education and asking for $14 million of general fund to include $10 million for behavioral health professional matching grant program. That is already a $15 million a year grant application, and when you add in a one-time, it presents, when we've talked to the Department of Education, presents a huge challenge against a multi-year program. The other one, the $4 million for the School Counselor Corps grant program, again, there's already $12 million going to that program, and their main job, these counselors are not mental health counselors, these counselors are about careers. So I just want to remind you all, we are spending over $500 million on a new administration called the Behavioral Health Administration. We're putting a lot of money into mental health all over the place, behavioral health everywhere. Not that that's a bad thing, just saying it's there, we're doing it, we're funding it, and every time we take general fund money away from our budget, it's just one more draw that we're drawing away from our ability to buy down the BS factors. So I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I very much appreciate the comments from the good senator from Weld County, and but I do think that the mental health crisis in which we find too many young people across our state really does, ask us to act. I'd like some time to consider the comments that are made and some other space to continue this conversation with my colleagues. At this time, I'm going to withdraw this amendment and bring it up here in a little bit later in the queue. So I'm going to lay this over for the
You
time
withdraw.
being. I'm sorry?
You're going to withdraw this amendment?
Withdraw for at this time.
Okay, the amendment has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 14 or J020?
Amendment J020, Senators Simpson and Will amend printed bill page 100, line 4 in the item and subtotal column, strike 1,150,000 and substitute 1
Senator
million.
Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment 02.
Would you like to move the amendment?
Think about that for a moment. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment 020.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an opportunity to talk a little bit about some impacts in rural Colorado and really kind of a special program, honestly, until this year I wasn't aware of. This is about the Colorado Library Consortium, CLIC. Over the past 13 years, this statewide courier system has picked up and sorted and delivered nearly 30 million items from 280 public, academic, community college, school, and correctional institution libraries throughout the state. This service saved taxpayers about $109 million compared to U.S. Postal Service costs. Colorado's library users accessed an average of over 2.3 million items every year. It's an enormous asset for our rural and mountain communities to use the courier system. Last year, the librarian Telluride, who sent me this information, borrowed almost 6,000 items. And they were all transferred through the courier. The state has funded the courier system to the tune of about $1 million for the last 13 years. The amendment is an opportunity to increase that funding by about a little over 10%.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and this encourages resource sharing among these libraries. And as the good senator from Alamosa said, San Luis Valley, that it is a statewide importance, and it ensures equal access of information to all Coloradans. And so it's a huge issue for rural Colorado. And these libraries and this stuff serve so many different people and different folks, people that don't even have access to a PC. So this is a great thing to fund for rural Colorado.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A little more digging, and the JBC, with their ultimate wisdom and knowledge, actually funded this additional request Friday. So they were reading mine and the good senator from Newcastle's mind and adopted the extra funding for the Colorado Library Consortium. Thank you to the JBC, and with that, I withdraw Amendment 020.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the JBC too. Thank you for this additional 150. So we'll withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, well, that amendment has been withdrawn. So we have an amendment at the desk, Amendment 15 or J038. Will the clerk please read the amendment?
Amendment J038 by Senator Lundin.
Senator
Amend
Lundin.
printed bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J038, also known as Amendment 15 in your budget packet.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much. I believe it was former Senator Pat Stedman, who was chair of Joint Budget Committee the year that I showed up over in the House, so that would have been 8-9 years ago, who said that footnotes in the budget are the equivalent of letters to Santa Claus. Colleagues, Mr. Chair, I have for you a letter to Santa Claus. Dear Santa, it says here. No, seriously, in pursuit of good government, I would offer up, and I would like for you to consider and potentially vote yes on this amendment. This proposal would require the development of a template that we use with regard to all performance plans of the agencies, offices, and departments of state government. It's a method of getting things standardized in a way that we would do in any efficient business operation, and we should do it in state government operations as well. Not all performance plans are created equal. I would hold up the Department of Personnel and Administration performance plan, their performance plan, as a good example of what kind of content and level of granularity would be most beneficial. I would encourage those of you that keep your management consultant hat in your desk to go ahead and open that drawer, pull out your management consultant hat and put it on your head right now, because that's essentially what this function is about. Coloradans should be able to reasonably expect that the information relating to departments' budgets, office budgets, and program budgets should be manageably accessible for them. Something about the department budget, the FTEs, the organization and central location in a format that is accessible to them. Ideally, and here's what this would call out, and this is what the footnote asks for, is something that includes organizational charts broken down by the smallest unit and including boards, commissions housed in the department, references to statutory authority. How is it that you have the legal ability to do this? Specifying whether an agency or an enterprise has rulemaking authority, the identification of funding sources. A more granular overall approach would be funding sources broken down by division and office. Lines of accountability should be identified, and the authority with regard to those the lines of accountability, and the budget for that particular department and the FTE. So I would encourage your support of Amendment 3.8. Doesn't cost us anything, would get at good government, and I would ask for your serious consideration of budget packet number 15.
Senator Zenzinger. I was distracted.
Thank you,
by your
Mr.
phone.
Chair. Well, everybody knows that if you're going to send a letter to Santa, that Santa only responds and delivers toys to good boys and girls.
Ooh.
So, denied. In all seriousness, I'm going to have to ask for a no vote on this amendment, and here's why. Unfortunately, this amendment borders on the prohibition that a footnote contain substantive provisions of law. Despite using the language, "it is the intent," in quotation marks. If the General Assembly does not like the format of the performance plans, then the General Assembly should run a bill to outline and properly fund the work required to implement a new performance plan format. Unfortunately, because of our prohibition on footnotes not containing substantive law, we are going to have to ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 15 or J038. Is there any aye votes? Is there any no votes? No! That amendment is lost. Santa Claus did not come early this year. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 16 or J055?
Amendment
Senator Pelton
J055.
or Pelton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J055.
To the amendment.
Thank you. We had several rural hospitals, I don't know how many, there was a bunch here a few weeks ago, met with us, and with the mobile crisis unit not being able to be everywhere at one time, a lot of people with behavioral health events, breakdowns going on, these people go to the emergency rooms in these small rural hospitals, and without the mobile crisis unit being there, they cannot code it to get reimbursed. You know, I think this really is a place the funds should come out of the BHA because they're not really doing their job, but the appropriate place is out of the healthcare policy and financing, and we can take this $12 million and leverage over $26 million of federal monies to get this help to these small rural hospitals. So I would urge an aye vote.
Senator Other Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in rural Colorado, this is sometimes the only place that people can go to get their behavioral health events taken care of, or issues, or if they have something else come up. Sometimes it's the only place that we have in rural Colorado. So I just would request an aye vote for this money because I think it would really help us in rural Colorado.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 16, otherwise known as J055, for the reasons that those of us, which is probably pretty much everybody, is around the state of Colorado, and we have got to keep our rural hospitals up and running and financially solvent and vibrant, not only for ourselves, but for the, quite frankly, for the millions of people that come to visit our state. There's no doubt in my mind, because I did visit with the people, the good people who work in the rural hospitals, is they are doing everything they can to keep these good small clinics and hospitals up and running. So, we throw tens of millions of dollars into the urban hospitals, which is all well and fine, but there's plenty of action that goes on beyond the boundaries of I-25. So I think Amendment 16 is well thought out, and I would encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I could not agree more on the critical importance of what it is that this amendment is attempting to address. That's why, in the budget, we have put almost $1 billion towards behavioral health care of all sorts of different types, including especially and explicitly in rural Colorado. So while I appreciate this amendment and agree with it fully in concept, I ask for a no vote because we have already dedicated, as I said, $750 million towards this. Thank you.
Senator Pelton, 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate all the money that's been dedicated, but I think this is a gap in the system that these small rural hospitals are being faced with that they cannot reimburse for. So I do appreciate all the money that has been put forward toward that effort, but this is still a spot that is in that gap that's not being covered. So with that, I'd appreciate an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is adoption of Amendment 16 or J055. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and Amendment 16 J055 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 17 or J056?
Amendment J056 by Senator Liston, amend printed bill page 139, line 10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment J056, or in our packets as otherwise known as Amendment 17.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this deals with is getting the good people around the state of Colorado that handle what's called durable medical equipment, DME for short. Those that think of the things like wheelchairs and walkers and ventilators and crutches and things like that, that is durable medical equipment, which is definitely used and needed by everybody. In the current budget, 2022-23, which we're in right now, last year, through this same process, the providers of durable medical equipment were allocated a 6% bump in their provider rates. It is in the budget right now that we're already going through. We're essentially 10 months into the budget, and the durable medical equipment providers have not received any of the money that was duly passed and allocated to them some 10 months ago. And these are businesses and individuals. They've already expensed the money. It's been allocated, but for some bureaucratic snafu, none of it has been passed along to the durable medical equipment providers. And this amounts to roughly just under $2.8 million, which
really is not a lot of money. And for these small businesses, $2.8 million is virtually nothing in the scope of the budget of the state of Colorado. And in fact, if you look at Amendment 17, the general fund column, it makes reference to $2,396,000. So what we're essentially asking for is for the interest that is money that is owed these DME providers just to be paid, just to kind of get Colorado off the dime and to send the money along to the providers. I did some calculations, and what we're asking for, the $111,000, represents barely 1/100th% of 1%. Let me repeat that, barely 1/100th of 1%. And so we're just trying to get HICPUF, maybe they don't even realize they haven't paid it, but somewhere there's a snafu, and these DME providers are just asking their money that's already in the budget. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 17. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This would have been an excellent amendment during supplementals, because unfortunately what we are doing today is we are talking about the 23-24 budget year, which means that this is for next year. Even if we were to pass this amendment, it wouldn't solve the problem if they're not receiving the money from last year's budget or the existing year's budget right now. Then what makes you think that putting more additional money into next year's budget is going to speed that along? In fact, it won't. So I can sympathize 100% with the problem that was stated and wanting to solve for that problem, but passing an amendment that is 1/100th of 1% for next year's budget year won't actually help solve the problem as stated. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the comments from the good senator from Arvada. Members, what we're really asking for, this roughly $2.8 million is sloshing around somewhere. It's already in HICPUF's pocket, so to speak, or it's in their wallet. They just need to open their wallet and pay the people who've already done the services. We're not really asking for more money in the budget that we're speaking about right now. We're just saying, hey, would you please just pay us the money that you already owe us, you already have, a little bit of interest. In fact, I can't say this for sure. I'm sure if HICPUF would pay the $2.8 million, the DME providers would probably say, hey, King's X, we'll just eat whatever little bit of interest. So think of it as somebody who owes you money, which they already have, and you're just saying, hey, just pay me so I can turn around and pay my electric bill, I can pay my mortgage, or whatever. So with all due respect, I ask for an aye vote. Thank you very much.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I sympathize with the problem that's being tried to solve, that the good senator is trying to solve for. Unfortunately, it will not solve the problem, because this is the 23-24 budget, which means that nothing contained in these pages will even be acted upon until at the earliest July 1st. So they're going to be sitting around waiting for money that is supposed to help solve their problem that they can't even activate or claim until this budget goes into effect for next year. So that's number one. Number two, we also, as I explained in my introduction, we were very, very specific about our provider rates this year. And I didn't go into great depth. I kept it at a little bit of a high level. So I will go ahead and at this time speak with a little bit more specificity. But we passed a bill last year, the General Assembly did, that looked at our Medicaid review practice. We have a committee that does that every year that takes a look at our targeted rates, all of the rates, and they review those on a 5-year cycle. And last year we decided, you know what, that's not really working for us because, and this is a good example for, as one of the examples that was even cited in why we wanted to do that bill, which was they were falling so far behind, waiting for the next cycle to come up in order to recommend a targeted adjustment, that we decided that we needed to look into it further and change that practice, and so we did. We passed a bill, they reviewed it, and they came back with a series of recommendations to us. And those recommendations said, first of all, you should probably move away from a 5-year cycle to a 3-year cycle, because that makes more sense. And then number 2, there are a couple of codes out there. There are a couple of areas that are right now still below 80%. Last year's budget, we actually brought them up to 80%. It was a pretty significant and amazing thing. And so I totally recognize where you were coming from, which is they were below. We voted last year to bring them up to 80%, and so they absolutely should be receiving that this year. And I understand that for whatever reason, maybe it's not getting to them. In this next year's budget, however, in the 23-24 budget year, we doubled down on that. And we said not only is that not right, but we think anybody who is less than 80% should be up to between 80 and 100%. Everybody. Not just durable medical goods, not just non-emergency transport, not just a series of other codes that were lingering in the 60s and 70s. We decided in this year's budget, and we prioritized it, and that accounts for $394 million of this year's budget growth. We decided that everybody needed to be between 80 and 100% reimbursement rate. And so we did that. Again, while I can absolutely sympathize, in fact, I was on the budget committee last year that made the motion to get them up to 80%. Passing this amendment won't actually get them the money, which is more important, in my opinion, is we need to do something, we need to take action in such a way that will get them the money, but this amendment won't actually do that. So I would encourage a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 17 or J056. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is passed. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 19 or J028?
Amendment J028 by Senator Will, amend printed bill page 170 line 14 in the item and subtotal column, strike $228,897,742 and substitute $242,086,134, and in the general fund column, strike $47,651,875.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J028.
Thank you. To the amendment.
So what this amendment does, first off, I want to start off by thanking the JBC for increasing the investment in our higher education system above what the governor proposed, and say that this extra money would help support institutions of higher ed continue their vital impact on students and meet their core minimum costs. And this investment in higher ed helps support the state's critical workforce. And that's what I'm looking at in this amendment, is creating a workforce that was much needed in the state of Colorado. I want to say that this amendment would help several of the colleges and universities that I represent, but just to name a few is Adams State, Colorado Mesa, Western Colorado University in Gunnison, Fort Lewis and Durango, several of the other ones, University of Colorado, CSU, but I'm asking for this, and I think this money would really help with our workforce situation in the state of Colorado and help our small businesses and employers. So, and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I'm in this place where I absolutely so strongly support our institutions of higher education in this state. The budget that we have submitted to you here in this chamber today includes dramatically, at least I think 2-3x in funding for higher ed over what it is that the governor requested in his budget. We have done all that we can to fund higher education as much as we can this year. And as much as I would like to see us do that even more, it's just not something we have in the budget this year, and I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on J028 Amendment 19? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 19. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment 19, J028, fails. Fails. My mouth was apparently not close enough to the microphone. Amendment 19 is lost. I use the word fails. It's lost. And we do have an amendment at the desk. We have amendment number 26, J014, at the desk from Senator B. Pelton. Yes, please read Amendment 26.
Amendment J014 by Senator Pelton be amended to Bill page
Senator
250.
Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what Amendment J26 or J014, number 26 does is that it actually takes away 40 public defenders out of the proposed budget and the savings of $7 million. And the reason why is that in 2018 to 2019, they had 871 FTE, and in 19 to 20, they had 875 FTE. This is when we had the death penalty, and they had 40 public defenders who specialize in death penalty cases, which take a long time. There's a lot of time and effort that goes into these cases. And then in 2021, I think it was, or 2021, we got rid of the death penalty. And for some miraculous reason, we increased the FTE in the public defender's office from 2020 to 2021 by 50 FTE to a total of 925. And then in 21 to 22, we increased another 39 FTE, which was right now with a total of 964 FTE. That's without the death penalty. So I just have a question of where these people were, and they're no longer specialized in death penalty cases. So my question is where did they go? Why are we increasing if we don't have the death penalty anymore? So I just had this amendment to pull out 40 public defenders. I ask for an aye vote.
Sarah Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm going to have to ask for a no vote on this amendment. The Office of the State Public Defender, often referred to as OSPD, represents indigent clients in criminal cases throughout the state, and these clients are often the poor and the mentally ill. And on average, the OSPD regularly represents 70% of the persons charged with criminal offenses statewide. The DA and OSPD salary and staffing comparisons that were completed in 2015, 2017, 2019, and 2022 demonstrate that statewide DA budgets have increased $64 million since 2015, while the Public Defender's Office budget has only increased by $34 million, almost half the amount. Common policy across state agencies has driven a significant percentage of the OSPD increase, and since 2015, DA offices have increased attorneys' positions by 140 FTE compared to OSPD's 80 position increase. And again, I will remind you that they regularly represent 70% of the persons who are charged with criminal offenses statewide. Now, the total FTE count for all DA offices is more than twice the FTE count for OSPD. It's 1,872.6 compared to 906.8. And the total payroll for the DA office is more than twice the total payroll for the OSPD. That is $184,082,397 compared to $86,142,949. As for salaries, the 2022 Independent Salary Survey confirmed that 98% of all OSPD positions are under market in comparison, in part to prosecutor salaries. This amendment would take away more than 40 FTEs. At a paralegal salary, this amendment would take away more than 120 FTEs. Support staff that OSPD has been increasing to be more cost efficient, I will let you know. Currently, OSPD has 390 support staff compared to the 1,127 at DA offices statewide. At an entry lawyer salary, this amendment would eliminate approximately 86 attorney FTE. And for those reasons, I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when the good senator from North Peltonia, also known as Sterling, proposed this amendment, I thought, you know, that is an interesting thing that for years, one of the basic reasons for abolishing the death penalty in Colorado was that it was tremendously expensive. We had to have additional public defenders, all of that staff, and so it happened. And we still have the same number of public defenders. Now, I'll give you this. Those PDs may well be engaged in other activities, but you know, you hear a lot of talk about truth in sentencing. A little bit of truth in staffing might go a long way here, a little bit of transparency about what those positions were all about. And the way to get that is to pass this amendment. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 26, J014? Sarah Gonzalez.
Just to say that in this country, you are innocent until proven guilty, and a bedrock principle has been that if you are unable to afford an attorney, particularly when your liberty is at stake, that the government would provide an attorney for you. That is what public defenders do, and so to cut their budget and to defund their role in the criminal justice system seems to me to be incredibly short-sighted and to run afoul of longstanding both constitutional and just, I think, moral precedent. And for that reason, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Sarah Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say quickly, ask for a no vote on Amendment 26. Thank you.
Sarah Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, ever since Clarence Earl Gideon won his case before the United States Supreme Court, I think it's been very clear what the good senator from Denver has had to say, and I agree with it. Criminal defendants have a right to counsel, and I have voted for and sponsored legislation to ensure the right to counsel. But that's beside the point in this case about staffing and how much staffing we have. And we have had the debate for years here about comparative pay between deputy DAs and public defenders, but that's not even really what this amendment is about. This amendment is about the fact that we had all of these positions that were attributed to the existence of the death penalty in Colorado. And it was abolished. And those positions didn't go away. And again, I think it's possible that that's because the Office of the Public Defender was using those people for other cases and high-profile cases and life without parole kinds of cases. But then if that was the case, there was an awful lot of argument here in the well, both in this chamber and in the sister chamber, that wasn't exactly accurate about why we needed to get rid of the death penalty. I'm asking for an aye vote for the transparency that it will produce by having the office come forward and say, where are those positions? What is being done in those positions, and to simply justify them beside the point of saying, well, the death penalty, we need 40. We need 40 because of all these death penalty cases. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 26? The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 26J014. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment 26J014 is lost. We do have an amendment on the desk. Please read Amendment 27J035.
Amendment J035 by Senator Lundin, amend printed bill, page 300, line 3, strike costs and substitute costs, subscript 69A, page 313, after line 3, insert 69A, Department of Labor and Unemployment, Division of Unemployment Insurance Program, cost section 8-77-101.
Sarah Gardner. Senatorial 5 will be granted. The Senate will now come back to order. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 27 is withdrawn.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In speaking with the sponsor of Amendment 18 is also withdrawn.
Senator Bridges, Amendment 18, or do you mean 28?
Yes.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to make sure that as we were going through, if we were to circle back to amendments that had not been discussed, 18 should not be discussed.
And, and we do have an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 28, J029?
Amendment J029 by Senators Gonzalez and Exum, amend printed bill, page 336, line 3, strike subsidies, 77 subscript, and substitute
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 28, also J029, to the long bill.
To the amendment, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would direct $50 million general fund to the Department, bless you, to the Department of Local Affairs for low-income rental subsidies, because we know that we are still in a housing crisis, because we know that with rents skyrocketing and the cost of living skyrocketing to be what it is, that we continue to see families at risk of displacement and homelessness. We know that for every that for every $10 million of support, that we are able to keep 1,500 families housed. And so that is why we're bringing forward Amendment 28, J029, for your consideration.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ditto.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the comments, but respectfully ask for a no on Amendment 28. This is a federally funded program that is coming to a close. And just so we remember, the JBC did, through the supplemental process, add additional $8 million to this program to get them through the end of the period that people thought they were going to be able to get subsidized rent, low-income rental. And so we did that already. And that's what the Department of Local Affairs said, that they needed to get through the period of time that everyone thought this program was going to last to. So again, it's a federal program that is ending, and ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I would add to that is, even though the federal program is ending, because of 123, referendum 123, there is a fair amount of state dollars that will be going towards this in the very near future. We did earlier this year add money to a fund that will serve as a bridge from now until when those dollars come in. And so I am just so strongly in support of exactly what this amendment seeks to accomplish. And I believe that we have, to a very large degree, already accomplished that, and would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion? The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 28, G029. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment 28, J029 is lost. We do have an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 29, J051?
Amendment J051 by Senator Baisley, amend printed bill, page 336, line 3, strike
Senator
substitutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cole, for reading this. So, fellow senators, this is an emergency rental assistance program for low-income rental subsidies. This one caught my eye because of the very efficient return on investment that we get from the programs that are involved in executing these funds. So funding for Pathways, Pathways being the name of the overall program, it's an eviction prevention program first established in 2021 due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Pathways was designed to work alongside residents by providing a network of support through community partners to those on the precipice of experiencing homelessness due to an eviction. Pathways Network supports participants through a case-managed approach during their pursuit of self-reliance through career advancements. The community of partners includes a list of about 5 organizations, and a couple of them I know very well. They do incredible work, and they really help get people fed and in homes and back on their feet. So these partnerships are critical in addressing the barriers that lead to homelessness and assist in providing Pathways participants with the career skills to improve their income status. I respectfully ask for a yes vote on Amendment 29, otherwise known as J051.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, similar to the last bill, I really appreciate what this amendment is attempting to do. However, we have in the budget dedicated a large amount of funds towards this end, and ask for a no vote on this amendment.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 29, J051. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment 29, J051 is lost. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In conversation with the sponsor of Amendment 30, 30 and 31 have been withdrawn. In conversation with the sponsor of Amendment 32, that is also withdrawn.
And we do have an amendment on the desk. Could the clerk please read Amendment 33, J007? Oh.
I have 33. We have 32.
Will the clerk please read the title to the Amendment 33J007?
Amendment J007 by Senators
Senator
Field-
Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J007, which is Amendment 33.
To the amendment.
Members, this amendment is to address the need to advocate those who are suffering with chronic sickle cell anemia disease. If you know anything about sickle cell, you probably understand that it's been underfunded over the years, and it's really making it difficult for many people who are living with this chronic disease, this crippling pain, to maintain any sense of quality of life. Because of the pain, sometimes you can't keep a job. There's just a lot that interferes with their ability to be healthy. And so what this amendment will do, it will provide $200,000 from the general funds to provide community navigators for those who are suffering with the chronic sickle cell disease disorder. So I'm asking for your approval on Amendment 33.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I'm a co-sponsor on this amendment for a couple of reasons, along with what Senator Fields has stated too, but I'm on this amendment too in honor of my great niece, Krishan Hawkins, who died of sickle cell anemia after battling it for 30-some years in California. And she was a fighter, like most individuals are with this crippling disease. So I'm on this amendment in honor of her life. So thank you very, very much.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 33? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we've done a lot of funding within the Department of Public Health and Environment, so at this time, respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 33J007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Can the clerk please read Amendment 35J001?
Amendment J001 by Senators Marchman and Cutter, amend printed bill page
Senator
4.
Marchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment's Family Planning Program provides, I move Amendment 35. Thank you, Majority Leader. The Colorado CDPHE's Family Planning Program provides comprehensive reproductive care to Coloradans at 80 Title X clinics across the state. They prioritize people in low-income households and those who are uninsured. In 2021, the Family Planning Program served 41,914 people. Supporting Coloradans to determine when and how to grow their families allows both children and parents to thrive. Research has demonstrated that access to family planning services is correlated to better educational and employment attainment and reduces economic insecurity. A $1 million budget increase for CDPHE's Family Planning Program would support family planning services for over 2,500 additional Coloradans and save the state money. CDPHE's fiscal year 19-20 budget request estimated that it costs $404 to serve each family planning client. So $1 million investment will allow the program to serve nearly 2,500 patients. Current family planning program funding has remained flat for many years, and an investment of $1 million would allow the program to serve roughly 2,500 additional Coloradans. I would urge an aye vote on Amendment 35.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we don't disagree that this is an important thing to fund. However, we spent a significant amount of time discussing Some other areas within the Department of Public Health and Environment that we just felt rose to a higher level of importance at this point in our budget cycle. So, for example, we decided that we needed to focus on preventing outbreaks. And so we increased our ability to vaccinate the uninsured and the underinsured adult population through a program called Health for All, which is a mobile clinic program, and that was $3.8 million. We just felt that that was a really important thing that we needed to staff up, and so we prioritized that. And it was among the top initiatives that came directly from the department. In addition to that, there were a couple of other things that we addressed this year regarding low-income radon mitigation. This was sort of on our radar, but not really, until we had our public caucus, our public comment day, and we had several folks come forward and let us know that we were just not funding that program at an appropriate level. And so we decided to go ahead and plus up the low-income radon mitigation program, which ended up being at a cost of $1.2 million. Not only that, but we had a very long, in-depth memo that detailed some of the issues that we are having in the state with an increase in congenital syphilis. And so because of that, we decided that it was really important that we plus up a county prevention program by an additional $1.2 million general fund. And then another program that rose to the level of our conversation that we felt it was really important to invest in was Epitrax Disease Surveillance Platform. We dedicated $554,000 in order to support the operating expenses of Epitrax, which is a core disease surveillance system that helps us consolidate and the current disease surveillance systems that are, and we received approval for this from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in order to use supplemental federal funding during the pandemic. And then because of that was initially funded through ARPA funds, we decided that it was important to us to go ahead and dedicate a portion of the CDPHE budget to this in this budget year. And so this helped, originally COVID funding helped with the implementation and the initial costs of transitioning to the platform, and then the funding that we dedicated in the budget this year was for ongoing operation and maintenance costs. So again, it's not that we don't recognize the value of the amendment that's being offered. We just had a couple of other items that fell within this realm that rose to a higher level that required us this year to dedicate resources there. And so we would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of J001. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. J001 is adopted. Will the clerk please read J005?
Amendment
Senator Winter.
J005.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 36, J005.
To the amendment, Senator Winter.
This is an amendment to do $500,000 through a CDPHE program about structured play for our school children. What this does is it increases attendance, emotional and physical safety. It increases positive peer and adult interactions, increases academic engagement, and vigorous physical activity. And what it decreases are chronic absenteeism, physical and verbal conflicts, discipline incidents, and bullying. This is a lot of the issues that we've been working on to support the mental, emotional, and physical health of our children. And this is an evidence-based program that is working, and I encourage yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members respectfully ask for a no vote on this one. This is a whole new line item that doesn't have any guidelines or anything in law specific to how this program would be run. You just heard the good senator from Arvada go through the list of items that we as the Joint Budget Committee supported and funded in the Department of Public Health. And again, this is just one that it's really not even there. We'd have to create a whole new line, and it would be unclear as to how the funds would actually be used or how they would be dispersed out. So respectfully ask for a no on Amendment 36.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of J005, Amendment 36. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read J027?
Amendment J027 by Senator Baisley, amend printed bill page 462, line 7, in the item and subtotal column, strike
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Cole, for reading the bill. So, fellow
Please
senators-
move the amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move J027.
To the amendment, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, hey, this grant is something that I think could appeal to all of us. This grant would fund a partnership with St. Andrew's Wellbeing Initiative and the Behavioral Health Treatment Strategies folks for LGBTQ plus youth with mental health concerns and their families. This population, as we all know, is at higher risk for serious mental health problems, including suicide risk. So this grant would fund specialized training for the treatment of serving this population. It's a mere $60,319 request. I think we can all easily get behind this. It's not too much to ask, and it goes for a pretty universally appreciated effort, I believe. So I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I feel almost like a broken record up here. I apologize to folks for having to hear this argument over and over again. I care a lot about what this bill seeks to do, or this amendment seeks to do. We have, however, already in the budget spent an enormous amount of funds on exactly this, on behavioral health care more broadly and on suicide prevention specifically. And so I ask for a no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of J27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read J003?
Amendment
Senator
J00.
Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J003.
To the amendment, Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment calls for $75,000 to CDPHE and their suicide prevention office. What this amendment actually will do is it will give us the opportunity to train some teen mental health first aid instructors, which will in turn allow them to go out to their peers and other teens to train them on mental health first aid. I think this is a great bill. It's a great use of money. It's not a huge amount of money, but it's money that will allow for that training to happen for these teens to become instructors on first aid mental health, and it will allow for those materials as well for them to go out and offer those trainings to their peers and other teens. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Thornton. Members, I will just be honest with you. This came up during our budget conversations, and I advocated for this line item to my peers on the Joint Budget Committee, but I was outvoted by the other members of the Joint Budget Committee. And I feel that it's really important that we stick to the decisions that we made when we crafted this budget. I was disappointed, but it was pointed out to me by the other members of the JBC that we did spend over $250 million on mental health this year, very specifically. So I know that it's just a small little item, and I understand the value of it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried to advocate for it within the Joint Budget Committee, but I'm going to have to ask for a no vote.
Senator from Peltonia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment will actually, we use a lot of mental health first aid in rural Colorado, especially at our local college at NJC. And I think that the more we can put funding to it, and the more we can get people out there to train on mental health first aid, the better off we're going to be with our crisis system and who can help prevent some of these crises. So I really want to thank the good senator from Thornton for bringing this up, and I rise in support, ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of J003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and J003 is adopted. Would the clerk please read J018?
Amendment J018 by Senator Smallwood and Van Winkle, amend printed bill page 463, line 4 in the item in subtotal column, strike $882,349 and substitute $5,882,349, and in the general fund column, strike $882,349 and substitute $5,882,349. Adjust affected totals accordingly. Purpose adds $5 million to the general fund and to the Community Crime Victims Grant Program in the Department of Public Health.
Senator Van Winkle.
Sorry, Zoe. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J018, otherwise known as Amendment 41.
Please tell us about this amendment. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. For those who are in the Health and Human Services Committee, we heard a lot about this program as a bill that the good senator from Aurora brought to us. Really dealing with the Community Crime Victim Service Program and the grant program that is associated with that. So we had a long debate in committee, and if I remember correctly, I was the only no vote in committee on this bill, and the reason that I gave for being a no vote was I really felt that the program was extremely underfunded. In fact, the $882,000 that was going to be allocated towards the program that we heard about in committee was actually a reduction from the dollar amounts that we had seen in the past. To me, this is a real innovative way to try to, as their objective states, support and strengthen community-led crime prevention and rehabilitation through the provision of crime survivor services, to provide culturally relevant, trauma-informed crime survivor services through a delivery model that is both accessible to historically underserved crime survivors, and to increase the awareness of and access to crime survivor services with an emphasis on historically underserved populations. And finally, to reduce the long-term destabilizing effects of trauma and other negative consequences resulting from the victimization, and reduce the risk of re-victimization. And what you would have heard in that committee was this is one of those programs that testimony told us could definitely use additional funding, and as we are, I would say, inarguably in the worst crime wave that we've seen in my lifetime, this is an important program, and it's simply taking a program that was funded to almost $2 million that now was proposed to be less than $1 million, and upping that to an amount that the proponents felt that they could handle, which would be $5 million, and we'd ask for your aye vote.
Seeing Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My just sincere thanks to the great senator from Parker for his hard work boosting this program. And like he said, I don't want to repeat it, but a truly innovative program that can help victims of crime, help prevent future crime, and especially help stop repeat victimization of crime victims. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Very good work, Senator.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senators who presented this amendment. So in the 2022 DORA Sunset Report for the Crime Victim Services Fund, they noted that, quote, CDPHE has also been able to leverage broader resources and support from other violence and injury prevention programs, including technical assistance and grant funds, to extend the work of the program, end quote. In Senate Bill 23-160, which is an existing bill, in that sunset, to continue the Community Crime Victims Grant Program, will already do what the good senators are asking for. It would fund this program with $882,349 in continued funding per year, which is on par with spending in previous years. Now, the general fund appropriations in the past few years, in fiscal year 19, was $880,570. in fiscal year 20 was 880,570. In 21, we dipped down. That was the year following the pandemic, 729,655. And then in fiscal year 22, it went back up to 880,570. So therefore, we know that the existing appropriation that we have for this program in a bill is in line with the previous year's spendings, and therefore, we just don't believe that there's enough evidence that CDPHE needs this funding or could even obligate an extra $5 million worth of funding in a timely manner. Although I will note for future reference, the two good senators who are interested in plussing up CDPHE, because I very much appreciate that.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I was the prime sponsor, along with another senator, on Senate Bill 160, which was a sunset bill to reauthorize and to continue the Community Crime Victims Grants Program. And the good senator that was just here talking about the reason for the amendment from Parker did a very good job talking to witnesses and trying to get an understanding about the services and the programs that are extended through this grant program. And he asked the question, is this enough money? Is it enough money in reference to that general fund, which is $882,000? Is that enough money? And we all agreed that that was not enough money to kind of do the work that needs to be done when it comes to restoring and dealing with the victimization of being a crime victim. And we heard from people who are doing this work, and a lot of them are doing the work really somewhat unfunded. And so what this amendment will do, it will give the opportunity to provide the adequate resources to do the work. You heard the senator talk about the surge that we're seeing in crime across our state. And it's no way this appropriation is the appropriate amount. So I support this amendment to increase funding because it's underfunded. And when you are a crime victim, it is hard to be made whole. And what you have with these community foot soldier organizations, they're in the community, they're addressing the pain point. It could be sexual assault, it could be burglary, it could be re-entering, and trying to make sure that people get their lives back together. And some of the stories that we heard were phenomenal because it just demonstrates that these programs do work. But in order for them to work, they need adequate funding. So I urge a yes on this amendment, which is Amendment 41. Amendment 41. Thank you.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment J18. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. There may soon be an amendment at the desk. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 42.
Will the clerk please read Amendment J42?
Amendment J048 by Senators Winter and Gardner, amend printed bill page 493 after line 4, insert item and
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 42.
So, and it's my apologies, we're on J48, which is 42 in our handwritten packet. So, Senator Gardner.
Mr. Chair, I move what is denominated as J048, Amendment 42.
Any further discussion?
Yes, go ahead.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is essential funding for domestic violence victims and sexual assault victims. We've seen the people offering these services have seen a decrease in revenues as a result of the pandemic, a decrease in revenues from the federal government, and at the same time, they've seen a drastic increase in the number of individuals requiring services. In fact, 53% of programs have reported having a wait list to provide these services. 40% of programs have experienced an increased demand. The services that these organizations provide are shelter and civil legal advocacy for victims of domestic violence and sexual violence, counseling for victims, forensic interviews for child victims of sexual abuse, on-scene crisis response, and so much more. Folks, these organizations are facing a cliff in funding, and some may have to close their doors if we don't do something, and this amendment is that answer.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As my colleagues has said, in the past several years, the amount of Victims of Crime Act funding from the federal government to our state has steadily decreased. In 2018, we got about $56 million. In 2021, it had dropped to $18 million. In Colorado, the Office for Victims Programs, which is what this funds, and we're dependent largely on federal funding, is currently projecting that there's going to be a 55 to 60% decrease in funds available for crime victim assistance in the next funding cycle. That's why we're bringing this amendment. It's important that we ensure at this time that victims of crimes are adequately compensated under the Victims of Crime Act. It has been something that we have done well on in Colorado over the years, and to continue to do so and to recognize the rights of crime victims, we ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
I think we would like some clarification from the sponsors. So it's my understanding that this is creating a new line item within this particular fund that would be dedicated towards domestic abuse and prevention. Is this ongoing or is this one time?
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one-time money. It is not an ongoing appropriation.
One time.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment J48. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and J48 is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment J46?
Amendment J046 by Senators Winter and Gardner, amend printed bill page 493 after line 4, insert item and subtotal general fund appropriation to the Colorado Crime Victim Services Fund.
Senator Winter.
$15 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request that this amendment be withdrawn.
Amendment J46 is withdrawn. Will the clerk please read amendment in packet number 44, J11?
Amendment J011 by Senators Fields and Cutter, amend printed bill page 518, line 7, strike expenses and substitute expenses, footnote 107A in the item and subtotal column, strike 331,935,000 and substitute 351.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J011, which is Amendment 44.
The motion is Amendment 44, J011. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment is asking for $20,000. Do we take the senatorial 5? No. Okay, going.
You're good.
Members, this amendment, number 44, is an amendment designed to help sure that we're doing all we can to help moms and babies. And so basically what Amendment 44 does, it requests $20,000, a one-time appropriation, to the Division of Insurance to do an actuary study to be able to discuss the issues related to doulas. So the goal is to have the insurance department look at how we can cover doulas, which are birthing coaches, and we want to see an opportunity where health insurance, private insurance, would cover that. In order to do that, we need to have an actuary study to determine the benefits and the outcomes for providing this coverage for doulas for the state. So I ask an aye vote on this Amendment 44.
Is there any, Senator Smallwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I rise in support of J11 and want to explain why. This is a relatively new program, right? This is a bill that we was just signed into law, something that was what I would consider certainly a pet project of mine and worked for years to try to offer policymakers a tool where when a lawmaker is proposing a health benefit mandate, that we establish in the state a process where lawmakers can go to DOI and, in a perfect world, get an unbiased opinion as to whether or not a health benefit mandate is going to raise health insurance costs, lower health insurance costs, help more people than it will hurt. We didn't have this tool for forever. Really, this is the first time that something like this has been made available. So I commend the senator from Aurora because there's no law that says a lawmaker has to do this. Right? We were really deliberate in crafting the actuarial review bill to make sure that it was an optional tool for what I would consider people that take health policy seriously and want to do things the right way, to actually figure out whether or not these proposed mandates are going to do what, in some cases, the proponents say that they actually are going to do, or in other cases where the opponents say that they're not going to do that. So I appreciate lawmakers taking this process seriously and do what, in my view, is the right steps, and that's what I see the senator from Aurora doing with this. Long-winded way of saying that this is brand new, and it wasn't necessarily communicated all that well because it is complicated, and this is the first time we've gone through this very complicated and untested timeline. So the Division of Insurance, and I agree with them, really wanted to have some time to perform what could have been 6 of these actuarial reviews before session began. But we haven't really yet had a bill to test, okay, what happens when something else comes up later on in the year? We might have missed that timeline. Is it now a timing issue, or is it a budget issue, or is it both? And when I spoke to the senator from Aurora, what I said was, I want to make sure that it's at least not a money problem, because I'm pretty sure that there weren't 6 bills this session that went through that process, so there should be budget money left over from DOI, but I want to make sure that if it comes back and they say, oh, no, we can't do this, we can't help you, Senator, because we simply don't have enough money, that truly isn't an issue for somebody who's taking health policy seriously. Yet I will concede that it may be the point that the Division of Insurance brings and says, it's not the money that it's the problem, it's the time that's the problem. We can't find an actuary, give them all the information, have them perform that review, come back with results that we feel are legitimate. If we make this request with less than 6 weeks left in session and we're still trying to get a bill. So again, I want to be on the record being more than anything else supportive of those lawmakers who have certainly proven to me that they take health policy seriously and are doing things the right way, and would ask for your support on the amendment.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I was getting my master's degree, my wife, Anne Marie, and I were getting our master's degrees, she took a class called Pregnancy, Birth, and the Bible, and I was horrified at the way the medical industrial complex responds far too often to to people giving birth. And doulas in that class, she learned and conveyed to me, and I've learned a great deal since, doulas are a critical piece of ensuring that people get the care that they need in an incredibly scary and in many ways still very dangerous process. So I absolutely want to follow the good path that we have set out in years prior to ensure that that the actuarial study on this pans out. I think it will. I strongly support that action happening. I do believe we can do this without this amendment, and I ask for a no vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
I concur with the remarks of my colleague on the JBC, and in fact, we already did an increase of $1.7 million total funds for perinatal services, including $818,373 general fund dollars for a new doula benefit and a new donor milk benefit. And so for those reasons, I would ask for a no vote.
The question for the body is the adoption of amendment number 44J11. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes actually had that one, and J11 is adopted. Will the clerk please read amendment 45J21?
Amendment J021 by Senators Robertson Will, amend printed bill page 560 after line 2.
Senator
insert-
Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment J021.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, excited to present this amendment with the good senator from Newcastle. What this is about is adding funding to a program that we created last year called the Colorado Wildlife Safe Passages Fund. It was a bill that was sponsored by the good senator from Wheat Ridge, the then representative from Newcastle, and others, which created a fund within the Department of Transportation to create more wildlife crossings in the state of Colorado. These are incredibly important because wildlife collisions with vehicles cause countless injuries, deaths, and an enormous amount of cost to drivers in Colorado and infrastructure costs in our state. What this amendment proposes to do is to take $1 million from general fund and add it to that Wildlife Safe Passages Fund. And the reason this is important to do this year is because of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The federal bill will match us 4 times our investment with these dollars. So if we invest $1 million, we will get $4 million from the federal government and be able to add $5 million to this important program. There are projects happening across the state and many more proposed projects that could happen if we fund this program. So I'd ask for your aye vote for that reason. I also just want to note for the record that we hope that when the JBC introduces the bill that allocates the $91 million that they set aside for Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding, that they can use that funding for this $1 million. That bill is yet to be introduced, so our intention today is to make a placeholder for this and encourage the JBC to fund it from that fund, as we think it's a very appropriate use of the transportation, water, power, broadband, and other infrastructure project dollars that the federal government has sent our way.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my colleague from great senator from Avon said most of it, but I can tell you last year's Senate Bill 151 is probably I feel it's the best bill ever run since I've been down here. And all this does is continue funding for it. He mentioned, it's 4 times the amount of money. It turns $1 million into $5 million. So, and it helps with the continuation of and to fund projects that are already on the priority list in this state. And someone said, well, maybe we should prioritize people over wildlife, and that was said to me, and I said, this is about the motoring safety, right? Our motoring public safety. I can tell you, I've seen it, I've witnessed it. These safe passages are a great thing, whether an underpass, overpass, wildlife fencing, whatever it is. It's also for the safety of the motoring public as well as preserving our wildlife resource. I'd ask for an aye vote on this.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, wanted to highlight one example of these working incredibly well. It's in the heart of my district. If you've ever driven from Silverthorne to Steamboat and back on Highway 9, you have gone under these 2 overpasses on Highway 9. This was completed in 2015, and it has reduced traffic accidents, injuries and death, and interactions with wildlife by 92%. And as somebody that drives that road very often, I can say it has made an immeasurable difference for my constituents and for the general safety of that area for both animals and our vehicles. So I'd ask for an aye vote. It's a proven success.
Proven success.
Senator Pelton. R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, senators, for bringing this amendment. You know, I see these in the mountains, these crossings and stuff, and I would like to see a little bit of money put out to the plains. It's thought that the prairie dogs would burrow under, but they don't always do that. So I'd like to see some prairie dog crossings out on the plains.
Senator Will.
This funding, thank you, Mr. Chair. This funding could potentially do an underpass, a burrow for prairie dogs in eastern Colorado. However, I think it would not, prairie dogs probably would not make the priority list at this time, but into the future, as long as we keep funding this and do it at a bigger level than we are today, I think that's a real opportunity for the great senator from Cheyenne Wells.
Senator Pelton, I'm just glad that wasn't a joke about the car I drive. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wow, members, would really, really love to be able to support this bill. But I'm just a little disappointed in that prairie dogs, as the good senator from Peltonia spoke about, are not really considered wildlife, and we don't really build safe passages for prairie dogs. So for that reason, I ask for a no vote. And what was the word?
The motion before the body is amendment number 45, J21. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and J21 is adopted. Will the clerk please read amendment 46, J47?
Amendment J047 by Senator Lundin.
Senator
amend
Lundin.
Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J047 to Senate Bill 214.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We were talking earlier about some of these big buckets of money that are available. The most notable bucket, or the most interesting bucket, is the $129 million bucket of, oh, by the way, money that we came up with late in the process. This amendment is 46, it's J47 officially, would take $100 million of that $129 million and acknowledge that there is an ability to go get a multiplier, get a matching fund, some matching dollars from the federal government, and then talk about something we haven't talked about a lot in the last year or two. It seems like every time since 260 passed that we start talking about transportation, we start talking about greenhouse gas emissions and controlling greenhouse gas emissions, something that we all want to do, but at the same time, the reality is the people of Colorado want to be able to drive safely on the roads that we have, because the primary method of transportation for most people in Colorado, and certainly in the rural areas, is on the roadways, byways, and bridges of Colorado. So this amendment would take $100 million and put it into the projects that we've already identified in the 10-year projects, and it would multiply, the $100 million would be multiplied out with matching dollars from the federal government in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, somewhere between 10 and 30%. So it's invest $100 million in the roads and bridges of Colorado on the projects that have already been defined and approved, and get $30 to $40 million, or excuse me, $10 to $30 million in additional federal dollars drawn into the state as well. I urge your support for the conventional, traditional, ongoing, probably everlasting, given the nature of Colorado, roadways, highways, and byways of Colorado.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote. If you go to page 204 of your budget package, you'll see that the current general fund appropriation for transportation is $0. The reason for that is we do not actually fund transportation through our general fund. Instead, you will notice that the Department of Transportation is receiving $1.7 billion already. And that is through cash funds, reappropriated funds, and federal funds. And for those reasons, I would ask for a no vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of amendment number 46J47. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? Surprisingly, the noes have that, and that is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 47J23?
Amendment J023 by Senator Smallwood and Van Winkle, amend printed bill page 560 after line 2, insert item and subtotal general fund appropriation to the State Highway Supplementary Fund, footnote 109A, $100
Senator
million.
Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J057, otherwise known as 47A, not 47.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what this does is it will add $250,000 from CDOT's budget with a footnote asking that it be moved to the I-25 Castle Rock Frontage Road Crystal Valley project. Now, what this is, it's a key interchange that links the Denver metro area through Castle Rock, Monument, and Colorado Springs. And unfortunately, it's also one of the most dangerous intersections in this entire state of Colorado. In fact, we just lost 2 teenagers who died just recently at this interchange. It is very close. You may be familiar with the GAT project. It is very close to that, but it just is just a bit north of that bigger project. So everything north and south has been taken care of, but right there is a very dangerous intersection, and people are losing their lives at a very high rate. And it needs improvement. So we're hoping to get not a lot of money, $250,000, which will help our local governments pull down more federal dollars.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to remind everybody where we're talking about here, we're talking about I-25 in Castle Rock, which not only is the corridor between, let's say, Colorado Springs and Denver, it's also the corridor between Pueblo and Denver, or Fort Collins and Colorado Springs, or Pueblo to Fort Collins. I mean, this is the only arterial that effectively gets traffic to and from the Front Range across our state, as the good senator from Highlands Ranch already mentioned. It is also one of the highest as it ranks in lethality, and for those reasons, we'd ask for your aye vote on Amendment 57, which in your packets is 47A as in alpha, not 47.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote. There are lots of areas in our state that could use some additional transportation funding. I don't doubt that this is one of them, but it seems a little unfair to other areas of the state that have equally important projects that are also in disrepair that could use more attention. And then secondly, I think that it's important that we leave these decisions to the Transportation Commission. They are duly elected for those purposes, and they will, they do take the time to prioritize and score and apply a certain criteria of formula funding for these types of projects. And then lastly, I would just say that we don't really do earmarks in our budget. And so for those reasons, I suggest that we decline to fund a special project that, as outlined by the good senators from the Castle Rock area.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I considered running a substitute amendment to change this investment to the I-25 and Bellevue interchange, which, as everyone in my district knows, is a disaster. But then I remembered we have a process in this state, as my good colleague just defined. So I ask for a no vote, and that we trust the process that we have in the state to prioritize projects in the appropriate priority of order.
Senator Gonzalez.
Well, if we're talking about dumpster fires, let's talk about I-25 and 23rd Avenue, which is my exit on I-25. And so I would love to have that conversation, but that's not how we do things. And so I reiterate the good senator, well, the senator, the good senator from Cherry Hill, no, wait, Greenwood Village, in his request for a no vote on this amendment.
Would the senator from Greenwood Village like to talk about I-25 and Highway 50 East?
Hey,
No, you can speak anyway.
thank you, Mr. Chair. This is why we don't do this in the budget. This is why we have a process. I ask for a no vote. I ask also for no further discussion, please.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as we know, I-25 and Highway 50 East is incredibly important, Mr. Chairman, and I have got your back 100% on that interchange. And for the people that take Highway 50 to I-25 and move north, this interchange is very important. It's also one of the most deadly in the state, and we need immediate improvements to save lives, and I urge for a yes vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am just so happy to hear from all of you about how we should manage and maintain the integrity of the process that is already in place. I will be sure to mention these comments sometime in the next week or so. So thank you all for making the point about the integrity of the transportation planning process that has been in place since 1993. Greatly appreciate hearing from the good senator from Denver, the good senator from Cherry Creek, and in the wings, Greenwood Village, and in the wings, the good senator from Boulder County. Thank you all. Thank you all. Let's move on.
The question before
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Senator Basley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to talk in support of J57. Real fast, just, y'all need to understand the importance of this amendment. So when this frontage road was being adjusted after the construction of I-25 for the gap, there was a guardrail put in place that was complained about at length by the local residents because they were in fear of there being bad wrecks, bad accidents, and indeed, multiple wrecks have happened where there is no escape route because of where the guardrail is placed, and there have been deaths on 2 occasions. And so this $250,000 will resolve that, and it really kind of helps get the Department of Transportation out of hot water because they denied the local residents' request 3-4 years ago, and now this could fund fixing that error that has caused people to die. So please, please, please say vote yes on 057. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 47A, J57, just to be clear. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and J57 is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 48, J17?
Oh, okay.
Amendment
Senator Polgar.
J017.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 214, Amendment J017.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment adds $30,594,501 in a one-time expenditure to make up for the 2022 missed payment, the remainder of that missed payment. It's actually $35 million, but we have $4.5 million approximately in the para-cash fund, and this is the extra amount that would be in the general fund to make up for that missed payment. Putting this here right now on this bill makes sure that we are adding the exact amount that we need, and I encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Pirola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in favor of this amendment. The good senator from Arapahoe County has done his homework. I know he's lobbied you on this. I know he's shown you the breakdown of what was done since Senate Bill 200 about 4 years ago or so. We need to keep para on track of the deal that was put in place. I remind you, it was because there was a threat to our state's credit rating, and this helps keep us on track to get the unfunded liability paid down sooner rather than later. So ask for an aye vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last year, I know it is difficult to recall last year, but last year, House Bill 22-1029, we addressed the repayment issue in question, and we are still on a 30-year solvency commitment. The general fund cannot absorb the additional increases at this time, but the para fund is getting already an additional $4.5 million in accrued interest. This will likely have no impact, this amendment, on when para will be fully funded. So while we want to support para employees, this action would not meaningfully impact them. Senate Bill 18-200, I was one of the few people who was here in 2018, set out a 30-year timeline for para solvency, and we hold true to that commitment as we move forward today. Overall solvency is dynamic and to a significant extent based on market factors, and we had to make significant sacrifices within the budget in 2020 due to the pandemic, and we've had time to get the para to solvency in line with the intent of Senate Bill 200 without a $30 million investment this year. And for those reasons, I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Will the clerk read Amendment J030 or Amendment 49?
Amendment J030 by Senators Pelton B. and Pelton R. Amend printed bill page
Senator
571
Pelton
late.
R.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment J030.
To the amendment.
So we've been talking a lot about funding some bills here. And what this amendment does is there's $469 million in the unallocated funds for one-time appropriations for bills. We need to refund this money back to the Colorado taxpayers, the ones that pay the taxes. So I would ask for a yes vote.
Go ahead.
During supplement, I stood here at this well and talked about how our state was headed towards a fiscal cliff, that we were going to have to start trimming back on our budget and have to take a haircut. Well, here's a crew cut, so I would ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Zenzinger.
Members, I love this amendment. This is a really great amendment. I'm going to read it. It's the General Assembly's intent that $469 million general fund remaining unallocated be used for one-time appropriations in fiscal year 23-24, and that it be refunded to the Colorado taxpayers. I think this is a fantastic amendment, and I'm going to have to say no.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes. Representative Van Winkle, or Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the good senators from the Eastern Plains for bringing this amendment. This certainly would simplify things. It would definitely help, as the senator from Colorado Springs has urged us to do, which is end this session a little faster, and clearly remind us who our boss is, which is the hardworking people of Colorado, the hardworking taxpayers of Colorado, and this will support them in a time of need when inflation is out of control, cost of living and prices just at the grocery store and to fill up our gas tanks is rising. This certainly would help, and I thank you for bringing the amendment and urge a yes vote and help simplify this budget dramatically.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is adoption of Amendment J030. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The crew cut amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment J054?
Amendment J054 by Senators Pelton R., Pelton B., and will amend printed
Representative
bill.
Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J054.
To the amendment.
Well, since we're not going to give everybody's money back to them, I think we probably should look at funding our rural schools.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the last 4 sessions that I was here, Representative Wilson in the first 2, and then since then, we've always been able to find $35 million extra to send out to the rural schools because they have unique challenges out in rural Colorado. And so for that reason, you know, this funding would come out of the State Education Fund, which is very appropriate for this kind of a funding. So I would ask that we would vote to support $35 million out to the rural schools.
Thank you. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just target funding to rural schools, and it'll really help us. It's something rural schools need, and so ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, Senator Zenziger, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we had a pretty long discussion between Amendments 8 and I believe 12, talking about the importance of buying down the budget stabilization factor. While I absolutely recognize the value and the importance of trying to plus up our rural schools, and this does reflect an amount of money that they have been receiving first for a couple of years through Senate Bill 217, and then through a couple of years through Prop EE, we can't actually do this one. And the reason for that is the line item no longer exists because it is eliminated after this year per Prop EE. And we can't insert it back in, unfortunately. However, I do think that whatever savings that we are not allocating towards rural schools here will most definitely be reallocated when we make every effort in our power to try and buy down the budget stabilization factor. And so for those reasons, even though my heart is with you, I'm going to have to ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J054. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Amendment is lost. Okay. Will the clerk please read Amendment 13A? Or,
Amendment
I'm sorry,
J050.
J050.
Amendment J059 by Senator Gonzalez.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I move Amendment 13A in your packets. It's also J059.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is a duplicate of 13A. I meant to lay this amendment over. I withdrew it, and hence you see it reappearing back up as 13A. What this would do is increase appropriations to the Department of Education by $14 million in order to address the mental health crisis that so many of our young people are navigating in this moment by pairing them with counselors and professionals who work on substance use and behavioral health issues. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Respectfully, colleagues, still ask for a no vote on this amendment. Same argument as before. The $14 million from general fund includes $10 million for the Behavioral Health Care Professional Matching Grant Program. That program currently is a $15 million a year program. This would be one time, and that would present a challenge for the multi-year program and trying to figure out how to make that operate. The $4 million for the School Counselor Corps Grant Program, that program is already funded at $12 million, and the main job of those counselors is really more about career counseling and not mental health. So again, every time we keep going after the general fund, it will just eventually draw away from our ability to buy down the budget stabilization factor. And just want to remind you all, with regard to behavioral health and mental health, that we have funded nearly $250 million on mental health, behavioral health programs. So I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J059. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is adopted. Thank you. Will the clerk please read Amendment J060?
Amendment J060 by Senator Van Winkle.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Amendment 32A in your packets. I move J060.
To the amendment.
Yes. Wow, that timing is impeccable. Members, what this amendment does, it moves $11,000, and that is not a rounding error. It's actually $11,000. That's a 20% increase over the last year budget for the Colorado wing of the Civil Air Patrol. As you all know, the Colorado wing of the Civil Air Patrol is vital for the people of Colorado and our communities, especially during times of wildfires, floods, if there is a skier lost in an avalanche. They even have cybersecurity divisions. They do a tremendous amount of work, the cadets and the leaders of the Colorado wing of the Civil Air Patrol. And I ask for a yes vote. Their budget actually used to be $124,000, $127,000, and increasing regularly. When the recession hit the state of Colorado, they were knocked dramatically down and never brought back up. So what this does, it doesn't bring them back up to the pre-recession levels, but it does give them a mere $11,000 increase so that they can continue to help the people of Colorado, like I said, during the most important times of crisis, and they are invaluable to our communities. I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, do you have a Civil Air Patrol card? If you do, go ahead and pull that out. If you have one, I'm going to request that all those individuals holding a card please take a 17C and vote no.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a major honorable in the Civil Air Patrol, again, title, not description, I am proud to support this amendment, except that I'm on the JBC and ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Minority Leader Lundin. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Major Exum. I just wanted to point out that because there is no pecuniary interest in the Civil Air Patrol conferred upon anyone by becoming an honorary major, you do not need to take a 17C, and you may vote yes for this amendment.
Senator Zenziger.
Given all the amendments that we have already passed today, I am pretty sure that we have broken the bank. $11,000 is a line too far. Please vote no.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J060. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are now to the bill. Members, there are some orbitals even after we we assume we passed this bill on second reading here. Just want to say thank you to all of you for the rapid discussion. I think this has gone fast as far as amendments go, and appreciate all the input you've all given in shaping this, informing this budget. We did a lot of work, and it's clear that all of you have done a great deal of work on this as well. And so I just want to say thanks to everyone here.
Thank you, Senator Bridges. Yes, Senator Zinslinger, Madam Chair, JBC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I renew my motion, and please ask for your yes vote for Senate Bill 214.
Seeing no further discussion, the question. Yes. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 214. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The bill is adopted. Okay. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 219?
Senate Bill 219, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representative Burton Serrata, concerning services to support students eligible to enroll in facility schools and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Actually, you want to move it and I'll talk about it?
That to move the committee report as well?
No, because there wasn't one.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Kirkmeyer, prime time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 23219.
To the
and
bill.
ask for an aye vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a significant bill, and so we wanted an opportunity to talk a little bit about it because the past couple of years, the Joint Budget Committee has taken an interest in our facility schools. And in particular, we have been worried about the number of facility schools that have closed down throughout our state, in particular in rural Colorado, which is where we have lost a significant number of our facility schools. What this bill does, I just want to kind of outline some of the key points, is that we currently approve facility schools, which some of you may not be familiar with that term, to include things like day treatment centers or residential child care facilities or facilities that are licensed by the Department of Human Services or hospitals that are licensed by the Department of Public Health and Environment. Even reading you that list of facilities, you notice that they are located in different divisions of government, in different areas of government. And because of that, it makes it very difficult in order for us to coordinate among those different entities for facility schools. What this bill does is it creates the specialized day school known as a type of approved school. The Facility Schools Board will promulgate rules for a facility to become authorized to operate as a specialized day school. Current law already requires the state board to adopt accountability measures. What this bill does is it requires the board to adopt accountability and accreditation measures for approved schools. This won't happen overnight. It will begin in December of 2026, and the State Board of Education shall begin accrediting those approved schools based on recommendations of the board. Now, the bill requires the board to create an accreditation outcome report, which we think is going to be really important in order to track the progress of these schools, so that we can spot when there are issues sooner than after they close down. The Office of Facility Schools must publish this report annually. Now, the bill requires the Department of Education or the Department of Human Services and the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing and the Department of Public Health and Environment to collaborate and to create an interagency resource guide to provide assistance to facilities that are pursuing licensing or authorization to operate as an approved school. This is a really critical point about this bill because right now we have facility schools, but nobody is really claiming ownership over them to ensure their success. They kind of live in all these different departments depending on the function of the facility school that's serving the children, but because they live in so many places, it makes it very difficult to track and follow and make sure that they are delivering good public school education. So we are requiring that they collaborate, and then we're outlining the guidelines for which they will do this. The bill requires these state agencies together to identify and recommend legislation and changes to each department's respective rules and administrative processes to facilitate licensing, authorization, and approval processes for facilities seeking to operate as approved schools. Why is that important? Because each one of these divisions and departments have different rules about things that they require. Medicaid, very specific rules. Department of Public Health and Environment, same thing. And many of these divisions and departments have federal guidelines as well, and we need to make sure that all the different divisions are going through the books, reevaluating their rules and their just their respective processes so that we can flag where the problems are and create a more streamlined and cohesive process for these facility schools to operate. The bill is going to create a shared operational services grant program to award grants to eligible applicants who will contract for 2 years with an organization that will coordinate these shared operational services. This is particularly important, we believe, for those rural schools where they just cannot function and perform these functions by themselves. They're too small, it's too expensive. And so this allows them to coordinate with other districts, multi-district or multi-facilities. They can go in together and create a shared model, very similar to how the BOCES operate, for example. So, an approved school that is in conjunction with one or more schools may apply to this grant program for a grant to procure these shared operational services that support these schools, such as food services or janitorial services, shared office spaces, for example, billing technical assistance on Medicaid services where we can get some of these items paid for through Medicaid, technology, security, transportation, or purchasing. These are the type of things that are very difficult right now, and as a result, schools are closing. So an organization that provides or coordinates these services for these approved schools or an agency that oversees these approved schools may also apply for the grant program. Also, the bill is going to create a technical assistance center in the office to provide technical assistance support to school districts and related administrative units with a priority to serve rural and remote school districts and related administrative units. Beginning in this budget year, the 23-24 budget year, the center is required to assess the needs of school districts and the related administrative units, and then beginning in 24-25, the center shall provide technical assistance support to school districts and related administrative units to prioritize service to rural and remote school districts. So we're going to do the survey, we're going to get the lay of the land first, and then in the following year, we're going to direct very specifically resources to those districts that need it. Now, the bill also creates additional responsibilities for the facility school work group. This is a work group that we established through legislation last year that brought forward a series of recommendations that have now been turned into this bill before you. So this work group, we would like to keep them going because they were very valuable. The members of this work group are the experts out there in the field that are dealing with these issues. And so we want to keep that body together so that we can continue to tap their expertise. And so the work group will monitor the implementation of these changes to the facility school system and the educational services for students with exceptionally severe or specialized needs. And on that point, a significant number of students who are in facility schools, over 69, 70%, are on an IEP. So they are classified as special education students. And so it's really important that we are not forgetting that element, and that no matter who is in a facility school, that they will receive the services that they are owed through their IEP. The bill also expands this work group participation to include a couple of other people that we think are significant. The parents, guardians, and legal custodians of the students with exceptionally severe or specialized needs, and therapeutic facilities for students with exceptionally severe or specialized needs that are not approved schools. And again, that's a way of broadening the tent and being more inclusive of the people and the families and the guardians who are interacting with the facility school system, and so that their students can receive an excellent public education. The bill also requires the office to contract with a qualified third-party evaluator so that we are going to evaluate and report whether the work group recommendations resulted in more effective services or not. We don't want to just pass this bill and then forget about facility schools. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that the changes that we are implementing here, because we're creating a brand new system, a brand new base level of system of facility schools, that we are tracking that and that we are making sure that it is effective. And then the bill additionally requires the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to recommend a plan to provide guidance to these approved schools on the eligibility standards that are required to request and receive Medicaid reimbursement funding for therapeutic services to the maximum extent feasible. This is a hole that is existing in our facility school system right now. It's happening in pockets here and there, but we need to be maximizing this Medicaid reimbursement funding because it's there for this purpose, and so we need to take advantage of it. And then the last thing that this bill does is it creates a new baseline funding model for approved schools. And the bill will require reporting out on this new baseline funding model for approved schools. And this ultimately at the heart is what's going to make sure that our facility schools continue to operate and continue to thrive in Colorado so that we can reverse the trend that is happening right now. And ultimately, we believe that this package, this facility school bill, is what's going to bring the best possible public school education to all students in this state, including those that are currently being treated or living in a facility. And so with that, we ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. My co-prime explained the bill very thoroughly, so I'm just going to say this. I'm asking you for your aye vote as well. Our Constitution requires that we provide a public school system for all the children in our state. Facility schools, in case you haven't figured it out, are private or nonprofit entities that provide educational services to those students with physical, behavioral, mental health, or special education needs that go beyond what can be provided in a regular classroom. It's an extremely important bill. It's extremely important how we move forward here with this bill, so ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 219. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 219 is adopted. Will the clerk please read Senate Bill 221?
Senate Bill 221, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning the funding of the Healthy School Meals for All program and in connection therewith creating the Healthy School Meals for All program general fund exempt account, allowing expenditures in excess of appropriations for the program, clarifying how the program should be accounted for in the annual general appropriations bill, and making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 221. Ask for an aye vote for healthy meals for kids.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 221. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 221 is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 228?
Senate Bill 228, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Bockenfeld, concerning the creation of the Office for Administrative Services for Independent Agencies in the Judicial Department and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 23-228. Members, this bill creates an independent administrative support office to support independent agencies within the Judicial Department. It'll start in fiscal year 23-24. The bill increases state expenditures on an ongoing basis. Do you want to talk any more about it?
Senator Bridges?
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Yes. Yes, come on, Senator. Sure. Senate 205. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is adoption of Senate Bill 228. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate 228 is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 229?
Senate Bill 229, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Bockenfeld, concerning the Office of the Statewide Behavioral Health Court Liaison and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 23-229. This bill makes the Bridges program, not named for the good senator from Greenwood Village,
I tried.
but anyways, makes the Bridges program within the Judicial Department an independent office and provides funding to expand the office starting in fiscal year 23-24, and that's it.
Senator
Ask for an
Bridges.
aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a question about the FTE and why it was so large. The answer is that this is a program that is doing a really great job for about a third of the folks that it could serve. The reason that we are running this bill is to make sure that it can serve 100% of those folks. So it is a 2/3 increase in the number of people being served. That requires commensurate increase in FTE. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 229. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 229 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 230?
Senate Bill 230, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Surratt and Buckenfield, concerning state assistance to counties affected by the 23rd Judicial District and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 230 and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is adoption of Senate Bill 230. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 230 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 231?
Oh, you're right.
Senate Bill 231, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Surratt and Buckenfield, concerning the ability of the Division of Labor Standards and Statistics in the Department of Labor and Employment to disperse money in the Wage Theft Enforcement Fund to employees after an employer fails to make payments determined to be owed to the employees and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 231 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is adoption of Senate Bill 231. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 231 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 241?
Senate Bill 241, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Buckenfield, concerning the creation of the Office of School Safety and in connection therewith requiring the Director of the Office of School Safety to appoint a grants manager, creating a crisis response unit within the Office of School Safety, specifying that the Office of School Safety has oversight over the School Safety Resource Center, specifying that the School Access for Emergency
Senator
Response
Kirkmeyer.
Grant Program is administered by the Office of School Safety and making an appropriation.
Okay. All right, my bad. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very happy to be able to move Senate Bill 23241.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a really important bill. It's extremely important to us here in the state of Colorado, and this is concerning the creation of the Office of School Safety in the Department of Public Safety. There's a lot that's going on in here. We're combining some grant programs, but what I'm excited about and what I think is absolutely critical for school safety in our state, and we've had a lot of discussion about what could we be doing to make our schools safer. This bill helps actually provide a solution to that. Amongst all the other grant programs that are going on, this bill will create a crisis response unit. The crisis response unit will be staffed by 4 FTE. The unit will assist schools with responding to emergency situations. This bill also creates a threat assessment team. The threat assessment group will provide training to schools' threat assessment teams, and a portion of the funding will cover 0.5 FTE. So again, it's an extremely important bill. We're looking at how do we provide solutions to keep our kids safe, to provide a safe environment for which they can learn in. It's about school safety. Urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Bridges, there's an amendment at the desk.
Before we get to that amendment,
Go ahead.
Just real quick. I went to Arapahoe High School, and shortly after I left, there was a school shooting there. A year after I graduated from Arapahoe, a friend of mine hid in the choir room at Columbine for hours. The STEM school shooting happened just footsteps outside of my district. We talk a lot about kids can't learn if they are hungry, and we passed a bill for that. We passed an increase in taxes in this state to help pay for meals for kids. If kids don't feel safe, they also can't learn. And that is too often the environment that kids are finding themselves in today. In 2019, an audit said that school safety was a patchwork and uncoordinated in this state. We are getting around, finally, these years later, to addressing that and putting these programs into one office where they can work together, where they can coordinate, and we can make some progress, hopefully, God willing, on keeping our kids safe in schools. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L005?
Amendment L005 by Senator Bridges.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L005 is a technical fix. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L005 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Bridges, we have another amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr.
Will the
Chair.
clerk please read the title to Amendment L007?
Amendment L007
Senator
by Senator...
Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This allows the School Security Disbursement Program, which I ran along with then Senator Moreno when I was in the House, and Senator Neville and Representative Neville many, many years ago. And we implemented the School Security Disbursement Program. One of the allowable uses in there that we are adding today is to implement a co-responder program as an allowable use of those funds. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just, for those of us who weren't around when this bill was passed in the first place, would remind everybody about the School Security Disbursement Program, that it's used for the following purposes: developing and providing training programs, curriculums, and seminars related to school safety incident response, and developing best practices and protocols related to school safety incident response. Ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this will be pertinent to the next amendment as well, I believe. The School Safety Disbursement Program is specifically for one-time funds. So this is not the ongoing payment of a co-responder program. This is the implementation of a co-responder program. Another allowable uses for these funds are things like door locks, cameras, things like that, physical security improvements. But the entire point of the School Security Disbursement Program is to make one-time improvement to schools that increase student safety.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007 to Senate Bill 241. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. We have another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L006?
Amendment L006 by
Senator
Senator
Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 6.
To the amendment.
Amendment 6 simply adds additional funding to make sure that there are ample resources in this school security reimbursement program to allow for the implementation one time of a school resource officer program. This obviously is not demanding this. We know that there are some districts that probably do not want this program, but as we heard in committee, when I ran this bill as sort of a standalone idea last year, schools like Colorado School of the Deaf and Blind really felt like they could benefit from this. So again, not mandating that school districts that don't want to do this have to do this, but making sure that it's part of an at least available and that there's funding to make sure that it happens, and would ask for your aye vote on Amendment 6.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Amendment L006 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gonzalez. We have another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L003?
Amendment L003 by
Senator
Senator
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I move L003 to Senate Bill 241.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is similar to a previous amendment that was run that did allow the opportunity to implement a co-responder program to be an acceptable use for the dollars allocated via Senate Bill 241. However, recognizing the crisis that so many of our students are navigating in this moment, L003 allocates an additional $10 million from the School Access for Emergency Response Grant Program cash fund from the general fund. And recognizing that there are so many students and family members who feel unsafe, this amendment is meant to allocate resources in order to ensure that we are responding to the crisis of school safety throughout our state. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. And we are back to the bill. Seeing no further discussion. Senate 205. Okay, we're back. Thank you. Senator Sullivan, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Didn't, I guess, obviously see this coming. Things moving very quickly and lots of amendments being added here in the last minutes that other people are certainly aware of that I wasn't. Just to let everybody here in the room know, and then certainly the people of the state of Colorado to know that 8 times as many kids die in a domestic violence shooting than they do in schools. I certainly appreciate all of the money that we pour into making these schools safe, but the reality is that our kids are dying in their homes, in their cars, walking up and down our streets. I would hope that we would then again find a way to fund, safe homes and safe cars if that's where our kids are dying, because they're not dying in our schools in the events of these kinds of things. We know that this past year that they spent over $3 billion on a new industry to fortify and lock down our schools, yet they were still unable to keep a 6-year-old from walking into a school with a firearm in her backpack and shoot her teacher. So appreciate all of this kind of stuff. I guess my question too, and I'm not sure if it's the amendment makers or the bill makers on this, my question is, of all of this money that is flowing in, where in this bill does it show me if they're using any of these funds to buy firearms to put in these schools? I have found out that in the Cherry Creek School District, we have 9 different schools that the police bring a firearm, an assault-style weapon in with them each and every day, apparently secure in a secured room that they tell me that nobody in the school knows about. And then at the end of the day, they go and pick up that assault-style weapon and carry it back out to their vehicles and go home. I'd like to know if we are using the money in this plan to buy more assault-style weapons to bring into our schools here in the state of Colorado.
Senator Zinziger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Centennial for raising some questions about the bill. We had an interim committee that focused on school safety. It was a couple of years ago, but what came out of that interim committee was an audit that said that we have over time implemented various policies concerning school safety. And what we have right now existing in the state of Colorado is a patchwork. We have a grant program over here. We have a response program over here. We have a temporary grant program over here. We have a crisis response unit over here. What this bill is attempting to do is to bring it all together so that it is under one roof. By making sure that we can have a much more coordinated statewide approach to school safety. In regard to the money, what is it actually doing? Well, we have a number of existing school safety resources that are included in this bill. So first off, $1.4 million total funds, including $1.2 million general fund, and 10 FTE for the School Safety Resource Center that was previously located in the Executive Director's office will move over. So that's what is already existing out there, and it's a resource center that schools can tap for resources around school safety. Second, $100,000 general fund and 0.3 FTE for a school safety working group that was previously located in the Division of Criminal Justice And instead of it being located in the Division of Criminal Justice, we are bringing it over and housing it under this one roof of the Office of School Safety. And that is a working group that's made up of a variety of stakeholders regarding the school safety working group. In addition, there is $5 million cash funds, which is from the School Access for Emergency Response Grant Program cash fund that is currently located in the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and we are pulling that over into this new umbrella. The School Access for Emergency Response Grant Program are things like doors and locks and whatnot. There is also existing already a $250,000 cash fund that is stemming from the marijuana tax cash fund for School Safety Incident Response Grant Program that was previously located in the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and we are pulling it over under this umbrella. So those are existing things, existing elements that already are out there in different divisions, but it's almost as if we don't know what's happening over here because they're not talking to the group over here, and so we are moving them all under one umbrella. So what's new? What's new in the bill would be $6 million of general fund on a one-time basis, so this is not ongoing, for school security disbursement program, and this would be for locks on doors, for those school districts in particular in rural areas that need to remake their entryways or their vestibules, items along those lines. In addition, another new thing would be $1.1 million general fund and 3.7 FTE to create a new crisis response unit that is intended to prepare and support schools who are experiencing a crisis. That is new to this office. In addition, $949,290 general fund for additional staffing and resources for the existing School Safety Resource Center that I mentioned previously that is already in effect. And this would allow for more training resources that would be available to schools and parents. And then lastly, $303,000 general fund, 0.5 FTE to increase resources for threat assessment programs. And this is staffing for a data analyst to study program outcomes and determine if those existing programs have a disproportionate impact on students. I am not familiar with the intimate details of the amendments that were just adopted, but it's my understanding that one of those amendments is around a co-responder model, and so that would now, per that adoption of that amendment, also be housed under this new Division of School Safety. Truly, the point is to bring all of these disparate patchwork existing programs that are out there living all together so that it would be under one roof, so that there is a more targeted and cohesive, I should say, approach in our state, and to ensure that all corners of our state are able to take advantage of the resources. Currently, when you have a grant program that is quote-unquote competitive or limited, then we aren't able to offer up these resources to everybody in our state. We did have a pretty long conversation with the Joint Budget Committee. Originally, it was pitched to the Joint Budget Committee that this would live in the Executive Director's office, and we agreed, and so we wrote the bill that way. And then after we wrote the bill that way, we were approached and we were asked if we would move it to the Division of Criminal Justice. And we very intentionally said no, because we don't believe it is about that. And so we kept it within the executive director's office. It was very important to us that we do that because we see this as more administrative and not under the purview of the Division of Criminal Justice. We are taking away from the Division of Criminal Justice, the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management within the Department of Public Safety, existing programs that are living there and moving them under this umbrella, which would be within the Executive Director's office. So that's how the funds are outlined in the bill, and I just appreciate the question.
Thank you. We'll take a senatorial 5. Okay, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the patience for everyone in here. We've got a couple more amendments, and then we will be moving on to the rest of the orbitals. But first up, I believe, here we go, Madam Chair.
We have an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L009?
Amendment L009 by
Senator
Senator
Zenzinger.
Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in conversation with other members in the chamber,
Please
we
move the
recognized...
amendment first, Senator.
Oh, yes, thank you.
No
I'm
problem.
just so not used to moving amendments on the budget, people. I move Amendment L009.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does is it explicitly states, as opposed to passively not stating, that nothing in this subsection concerning this new Office of School Safety would permit providing a firearm as defined in Section 18-1-901 to a school district or school. We don't believe that that is the case now already, but we wanted to make sure that we were explicit just to make sure that this was buttoned up, and so I asked for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L009? Yes, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want, first of all, I want to point out that there's a spelling typo here, providing, so that needs to get fixed. And second of all, I guess I just have a question. I just want clarification. It was my understanding that Denver Public Schools just voted, their school board just voted to put armed school resource officers in the schools. So are we saying that Denver would not be able to get these funds because they're doing that? Because that's what, that would be different here, and Denver Public Schools just voted for that.
Thank you. Senator Zenzinger.
No, this is concerning the grant programs. These are for resources. So schools can apply to this fund to request resources, which can be education, which can be any number of things. But it is not, currently, they cannot apply to this fund and then purchase firearms with it. Nothing with this current existing in-law program touches school resource officers, and this amendment would not prohibit school resource officers. It's concerning the grant program, and again, we already believe that this is not an allowable use, but we are just restating it explicitly.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L009? Yes, Senator Gardner.
If I can get to the well, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment's unnecessary. It's like so many things we've done in the past month. It's like, well, you feel good because you do it, but it doesn't change the status quo. And so I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L009? Yes, Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do believe this is entirely unnecessary because the grant program was voted on last year. In fact, it was created in 2018 in bipartisan fashion. Last year, House Bill 221120 and also House Bill 1243 both passed last year, and they both set out exactly what these grants could go towards. And it does say very clearly in the bills that passed and they're now law exactly what the grants can go to. And you can look it up, it's in there. In no way, shape, or form are firearms contemplated, mentioned, or permitted as a potential direct grant from this program. It's for capital construction, it's for locks on the doors, it's for cameras, it's for potentially bulletproof glass, it's for radio communication between first responders, it's for training for teachers, for counselors, things like that. This is completely unnecessary and frankly is unnecessary.
Thank you. Senator Fields on Amendment L009.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is for the sponsor of this amendment. I'm just trying to get caught up here. And so the way I understand this amendment here, it permits providing a firearm as described to a district or a school. So is this granting permission for schools to store firearms on school property? I'm not quite sure what this means by permits providing. Permit for firearms to be on the number 9? The Division of Fire Prevention and Control in the department. So if I can get clarification on that.
It says nothing in this subsection permits, so they will not be able to.
Correct. That's so very important, because I know last session we did allow for school districts, if they wanted to conduct hunting classes where they could have simulated guns on property. So I just want to be very clear what I'm voting on, and I appreciate you all bringing it to my attention. I see that the bill sponsor is looking over there, and so this is correct then? Yes.
Except for the word providing, which is misspelled. We're going to get, okay.
Thank you. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. One, I believe the providing error will be fixed administratively, so we're not going to redraft the amendment. We're simply going to pass it as is, knowing that that will be fixed. And second, there is indeed in the existing use certainly nothing that would allow the purchase of firearms. This is just making explicit what was already implicit, and ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing none, question before us is the adoption of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L009 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gonzalez and Senator Van Winkle. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L010?
Amendment L010 by Senator Van Winkle and Gonzalez.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We jointly move L10 to Senate Bill 241.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because we recognize the crisis that so many of our students are experiencing across our state, this amendment moves an additional $10 million to Senate Bill 241.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this is a long time coming, and it's truly an honor to be here on this very important subject. Hey, guys, I'm trying to talk here. Thank you. This is an incredibly important subject. After the STEM shooting in Douglas County in 2019, myself and Representative Michelson Janae set out on a journey, and we truly set aside all politics, we set aside all bias, and we truly looked at what could we do to improve school safety for the people of Colorado and for our students and our teachers. We set out to honor our hero Kendrick Castillo, our hero Emily Keys, my church friend from Columbine, Rachel, who lost her life there, and so many more, the too many other students and the parents who have to receive that phone call that their kid has been lost. We needed to do everything in the state of Colorado to prevent that from ever happening again. This amendment speaks directly to that. Representative Michelson Janae at the time helped set up this program with actually at the time Speaker Garnett, Leader Neville, and of course last year with the great help of now Senator Tony Exum, we were able to recreate the program and keep it moving, and now it is an honor to be joined with the great, I'm sorry, I used the names. The great senator from the north side of Denver to advance this agenda even more. This is money for the School Safety Disbursement Program. The original one was granted $35 million. Of that money went to almost every single school district in the state of Colorado. It went to things like locks on the doors. It went to cameras. It went to security and making sure our kids are safe so that our kids can go to school and just be kids and just learn. Now, in that original $30 million, $35 million that went to them. In fact, we found in the state of Colorado over $60 million of Tier 1 essential security needs for our schools, and we have been chipping away at those needs to make sure every school in the state of Colorado is able to be safe and responsive to anything that were to come up in it. So my sincere thanks to the tremendous bipartisan efforts and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make sure that we could get here today and provide this very absolutely needed funding.
Thank you. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to appreciate the comments from the good senator from Highlands Ranch, and just close by saying that we have heard the students clearly, and we have heard the parents and the teachers and everyone who are working to ensure that our schools are more safe. And in some communities, it looks different. But the beauty of the disbursement grant program that has been set up and that is being re-upped under Senate Bill 241 is that it allows flexibility in order for schools to make the decision and determination as to what types of resources are they going to apply for. By adding in an allowable use for co-responder models, I think that broadens the scope of how these important dollars can be utilized, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment as well. This is a friendly amendment. It makes what I felt was a great bill an even better bill, and appreciate all of the work. It took us a little time, but it is worth it. Every life matters. Students, as stated by the good senator from Denver, North Denver, were here. We've had students before talk to us. We've had parents talk to us. We've had teachers talk to us. I'm very proud to say that we're able to put, with this amendment, an additional $10 million more towards ensuring that our students can learn in a safe environment and that teachers will be able to teach in a safe environment, and it'll be a better world for everybody. So this is us actually doing something, and I like it.
Thank you.
So I vote.
Thank you, Senator Bridges.
Thank you. I like it too. And we had the senator from Highlands Ranch standing with the senator from North Denver. Folks, buy a lotto ticket today. We are doing incredible work. I want to thank you all again for your patience on this one. And I think it's a great amendment and a great bill. Ask for an aye vote on the amendment and the bill.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of amendment or Senate Bill 241. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Amendment 10. Sorry about that. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L0110 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 241, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 241. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Senate Bill 241 is adopted. 216?
Yeah!
Okay. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 216?
Senate Bill 216, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Serrata and Bockenfield, concerning funding to the Department of Early Childhood for the Colorado Universal Preschool Program.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 216 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I cannot support Senate Bill 216 because I believe it to be in conflict with the expressed will of the voters of Colorado. So ballot measure EE in the year 2020 increased taxation on tobacco with the revenue to be spent, quote, primarily for public school funding and then for programs that reduce the use of tobacco and nicotine products. Only after these are funded was the revenue to be used to, quote, enhance the voluntary Colorado preschool program. However, the launch of the Colorado Universal Preschool Program was prioritized over K-12 and tobacco use reduction programs, ignoring the explicit language of ballot measure EE. Today's leftover K-12 funding deficit, known as the budget stabilization factor, remains at $321,243,484. And there are no evident programs that I see in place to reduce the use of tobacco and nicotine products. The Colorado preschool program should not have enjoyed involvement by the state, and certainly not in the manner that it was seeded. So I recommend a no vote on Senate Bill 216. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 216. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Senate Bill 216 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The question before us is to rise and report. Seeing no objection, committee will rise and report. Mr. President.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a huge number of bills under consideration. Would a clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 197 as amended, Senate Bill 214 as amended, Senate Bill 219, Senate Bill 221, Senate Bill 228, Senate Bill 229, Senate Bill 230, Senate Bill 231, Senate Bill 241 as amended, Senate Bill 216, pass on second reading and order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. There are some amendments on the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 1 to 214?
Cal Amendment 001, Senate Bill 214.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 001.
To the amendment.
Colleagues, this is an amendment that just goes back to paying for those schools that had to change their mascots. This is an unfunded mandate on our schools, and what is terrible about this is that we're not just talking about a few tens of thousands of dollars. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, and this means teachers. This means bus drivers. It's going to hurt this little school, and I'm asking an aye vote to be able to make the Yuma school and the other school that asked for this money to be whole, so we can move on and get on with whatever we need to get on with, because this was a mandate from this body onto the school, and I just want to make sure that it's paid for. Our schools can't afford this, especially in rural Colorado. We're on limited budgets, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Zenzing.
Members, I would ask for a no on this cow amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. The ban on the use of offensive mascots passed back in 2021, and we debated this at the time, whether or not it was appropriate to take money from school budgets or the BEST grants to use for changing over these offensive mascots that they are now required to abandon. And the community, the indigenous community in Colorado, spoke out loud and clear that they were absolutely opposed to this, including both of the sovereign nations based here in Colorado, the Ute Mountain Ute and the Southern Ute Indian Tribe. The reason is that they have been crying out for decades for these schools to abandon their mascots and have put them on notice years and years and years and years and years and years ago. So it's no surprise to these schools that it's offensive, that it's damaging, that it's dangerous, that it is terrible for the mental health of young Native people, et cetera, for all the reasons that we had to ban the use of the mascots. But additionally, in 2016, the Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs commissioned a report which put the schools specifically on notice to say that the use of these mascots is dangerous and damaging to people. It is offensive. These stereotypes are offensive and harmful to students for a number of reasons. It's a lengthy report. You can still read it. They urged all the schools who still use these terrible mascots to abandon them. That was 2016. So they had even 5 years between then and the passage of the bill to abandon those mascots, and a number of them did. But for those who didn't, they really kind of dug in and embraced it. And so it's on them that they did not phase out their mascots or choose to put in new floors on their gyms or new scoreboards that utilize this offensive imagery. And the community, like I said, they already addressed this 2 years ago when we debated the bill in the first place. So I have to just communicate the wishes of the indigenous community again to this body, because they came to committee twice to tell us that they don't want this money used in this way. They cannot in any way justify taking these funds from schools who need it to repair crumbling roofs or buy supplies or whatever they need, the basics, when those schools never did anything wrong. They never utilized these offensive mascots, or they got rid of them in the 90s. So they said, we cannot in any way, shape, or form justify pulling funds away from schools who need it, who truly need it, and never did anything wrong, to give it to the schools who had decades to phase out these offensive mascots, and actively chose not to do so every time the question was raised, including the last 7 years, if they still are in violation of the law, the last 5 years between the report from CCIA and the passage of the ban on mascots. So just to be clear, that is why I urge you to vote no on this amendment, and that vote would be in line with the indigenous community, their wishes, including both of the tribes. Thank you so much.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just to be clear, I was in the Education Committee when this bill came up. I'm not here to talk about the bill and what was in the bill. I want to tell you about Yuma High School and why I am in support of this cow. So Yuma High School, they were at the committee, in the Education Committee. And the individual who is native to Yuma, and their mascot is the Yuma Indians, but the individual who designed the mascot is a Native American Indian. And he is from the Yuma area. And it is a special tribe. I can't remember the name of it now, but they designed it. Because of the short time frame in the bill for procurement and to try and get things accomplished, changing uniforms, having to go out and change everything at their school, we were able to secure an amendment to give them further opportunity to do the procurement to get that done. We also have in the legislation, just to be clear, K-12 schools may apply for a grant through the Building Excellent Schools Today program. That would be the best program. That was in the legislation. To accomplish the changes needed to come into compliance with the bill. This school out in Yuma, on the Eastern Plains, small community, who had recently redone their floor in their gym with their mascot that they were proud of, that was designed by a Native American Indian, had to redo their floor, get new uniforms, redo lots of things in their school, on their school properties. They applied for a BEST grant. It was over about $300,000 worth. They were approved for a BEST grant. They thought they were going to get the money. Because the amount of dollars, for example, in the marijuana tax cash fund didn't come in at the high level because they were caught after COVID and the funds went down, they were not able to be funded. Because they felt like they needed and felt like they were under pressure to come in compliance with the bill or suffer a fine of $25,000 every month, they completed the project. And then they came back to the BEST program at the Department of Education and asked if they could still get funding now that they found out that there are additional funds and funds available for Tier 4. The problem is that they can't get additional funding is because, I think it's probably most of you know, but if you don't know, grant programs are funded, you get an approval, and then you are reimbursed. You can't go out and spend the dollars before the grant contract is signed. So they had to do the project to be in compliance with the bill so that they didn't suffer a $25,000 a month fine. That's what this is about. They got caught in a catch-22. They came into compliance with a bill Even though their mascot was designed by a Native American Indian, they thought they were in compliance before. They found out they were not. They got caught in a catch-22. So what we're asking here for is the money to make them whole, this small school system out on the Eastern Plains. I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Roberts, Gonzalez, Colker, Majority Leader Moreno, Zenzinger, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Marchman, Henriksen, Sullivan, Danielson, Cutter, Priola, Winter. Please have the president. With a vote of 18 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that amendment is passed. There is another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 2?
Cow Amendment 2 to Senate Bill 214.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 002 to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Before I explain the amendment, I want to thank the JBC for all the work they have done around rural hospitals. Most rural hospitals operate in the red. If it wasn't for meal support, they would not exist out there. With Amendment 002, there is a gap that whenever the mobile crisis unit isn't available and people with behavioral health crisis come to the emergency room, they cannot bill for it. They don't have the code to bill for reimbursement. And so what this amendment does, tries to help those rural hospitals with that gap until legislation can be worked on and passed. You know, it may not pass the first time around. That's something I vow to work on in the next session. But until then, we need to fill that gap. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 002.
Is there any discussion? Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would ask for a no vote on this Cow amendment. We recognize the problem that the good senator from the Eastern Plains is trying to solve for. However, we did invest over $250 million into behavioral health and mental health care, billion with a B. We also spent quite a bit of time investigating some different areas, problematic areas, quite frankly, with some issues that the Hospital Association brought up that we did address in the budget. And so for those reasons, I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
The Senate will stand in a senatorial five. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 2. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Exum, Malika, Coleman, Kirkmeyer, Gonzalez, Colker, Majority Leader Moreno, Bridges, Zenzinger, Fields, Rodriguez, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Sullivan, Henriksen, Priola, Danielson, Cutter, Winter, Buckner,
Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 3?
Cow Amendment
Senator
0.
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 3 to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment.
Again, I want to recognize all the work that JBC has done around schools, and I hope we can get the BS factor retired this legislative session. That would be an awesome feat, and it's something that needs done now. But the 4 years prior to this that I've been in the House, there have been a couple of bills that have, and ballot measures that have led to $35 million carve-out extra out to rural schools. It was mentioned earlier that the line item is no longer there, but the JBC can do everything. They can add a line item. I think it's just a matter of saying, clerk, could you please do this? So with that, I would really like support for this amendment. Rural schools have unique issues that I think this will help continue that funding out to them. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a yes vote on the same amendment. This has been done for 4 years. We need another year of it. This is a year that our rural schools are needing the funding, and I would appreciate just an aye vote on this because we really need our rural funding out there. So thank you, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would respectfully also ask for a no on this amendment for a couple of reasons. First of all, there was $30 million that was set aside in Senate Bill 217 from 2017 that was supposed to be one-time in nature that went to our rural public schools. The following year, after that expired, there was an ask in the school finance ask to continue that funding for one more year, and we did it. So in 2018, we extended it one more year, even though it was supposed to be one-time funding. Then in 2019, they came back and asked again, can we please do this rural schools funding again? Instead of doing 13 million, we said, no, we'll give you 10. It ended up being plussed up in the School Finance Act, and it ultimately ended up being 15 million in 2019. In 2020, nobody got any money because of the pandemic, and so that was the end of the one-time rural schools funding out of 217. However, we then passed Proposition EE, and Proposition EE set aside $30 million for 2 years in order to go to rural schools. So for 21 and 22, the rural schools received $30 million. But that proposition said that it would only be for 2 years. So this year, it is not scheduled. It doesn't exist in the 23-24 budget documents because that line item goes away. So there is no ability to put that into a line item that would go specifically for rural schools, number one. Number two, we had a really significantly long debate about the efficacy of buying down the budget stabilization factor to 0 today. And we explained how important it was that we delay that conversation because we're taking that money out of the state ed fund, which is not in the budget, which we are debating today, and that we take up that conversation when we discuss the School Finance Act. In the School Finance Act, it is our hope that we are able to buy down the budget stabilization factor to the greatest extent possible that would be sustainable. And if we take the $30 million now and put it into rural schools, that leaves us $30 million less that we would be able to dedicate toward buying down the budget stabilization factor, which, by the way, has a greater effect on rural schools. The budget stabilization factor has a disproportionate negative effect on rural schools. So that should be our first priority, which would be to do as much as we possibly can to buy down that budget stabilization factor. So while I recognize the intent of the amendment, I also recognize the value that $30 million, which has progressively gone down over the past couple of years, but was always meant to be one-time in nature. I do understand how important that funding has been for rural schools. I do believe, however, that if we are able to significantly buy down the budget stabilization factor this year, that it will be better for rural schools. So for those reasons, I would respectfully ask for a no vote today on this Cow amendment.
See no further discussion. Senator Bridges.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. I just hope that the folks running this amendment and the last amendment know that over the JBC, we have made massive investments in rural health care, in rural behavioral health care, in rural schools. We will continue to do that in the future, and it is in some ways really heartbreaking to ask for a no vote on these two amendments. You have one of the strongest advocates in the legislature for rural Colorado working on the JBC. She has been there ensuring that every vote we've made, every decision item that has come before us, that we are ensuring that those benefits work across our entire state. I feel really good that this budget is good for every Coloradan, no matter where they live. San Luis Valley, Front Range, Western Slope, Eastern Plains. This is a great budget for the people of Colorado. I do ask for a no on this Cow amendment, but just know that the no is because we are doing everything we can already. It's a great budget, and please vote no on the amendment.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 3. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Marchman, Exum, Coleman, Kirkmeyer, Malika, Gonzalez, Bridges, Majority Leader Moreno, Kolker, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Zenzinger, Rodriguez, Sullivan, Henriksen, Fields, Priola, Cutter, Danielson, Winter, Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 23 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that amendment is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 197 is amended, Senate Bill 214 is amended, Senate Bill 219 and 221 and 228, 229, 230, 231, 241 as amended, Senate Bill 216 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Members, let's all collectively thank the incredibly hardworking members of the Joint Budget Committee. This has been a long day for all of us, but it's been a very long budget season for those three and the amazing staff that helped them get the budget to where it is today. Let's also, of course, honor and give a round of applause to the amazing Director Campman for helping them along the way every step. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Thursday, March 30th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Thursday, March 30th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over. Conference Committee report.
First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1011 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1011 concerning a requirement that an agricultural equipment manufacturer facilitate the repair of its equipment by providing certain other persons with the resources needed to repair the manufacturer's agricultural equipment has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following. One, that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the revised bill with the following changes. Two, that under the authority granted the committee to consider matters not at issue between the two houses, the following amendments be recommended. Respectfully submitted, House members, Representative Tatone, Chair, Woodrow, Weinberg, Senate members, Senator Marchman, Chair, and Senator Henriksen. First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1030 to the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1030 concerning a prohibition against requiring compensation to a healthcare staffing agency if a contracted healthcare facility hires the healthcare staffing agency's employee as a permanent employee of the healthcare facility has met and reports that it has agreed to the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as said amendments appear in the revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, House members, Representative Sirota, Chair, Representative Soper and Mabry, Senate members, Senator Henriksen, Chair, Senator Rodriguez.
Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Memorial 6, Senator Marchman, concerning military Senate Resolution 6, Senator Marchman, concerning Military Sexual Assault Survivors Month.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Resolution 6 lay over until Friday, March 31st.
The motion is to lay over Senate Resolution 6 to Friday, March 31st. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Resolution 6 will lay over until Friday, March 31st. Announcements. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've checked with the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader, and I asked to be excused on Friday, March 31st, and possibly Monday, April the 3rd.
Senator Liston will be marked as excused on Friday, March 31st, and possibly Monday, April the 3rd. Further announcements. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, there is no further business before us, so you are welcome to go home. We will be recessing here shortly just because we have one bill to introduce today, but the business of the Senate has concluded. Thank you for all your hard work today.
The Senate will stand in recess as we await that bill.